Okay, we should be live. Let me check everything's working. Just give me a second. Only thing I need to check is if the mic's working, so. Testing. Testing. Cool, it's working. Okay. Okay. Having a bit of a chill week this week for streams, especially since it is my birthday's of a fun next week. So, yeah, having a few less streams, but it'll still be enjoyable. Um, but yeah, so because of that, I wanted something that's a bit more chill for it and all that, and I thought, well, we are halfway through an artwork in relation to creating my own Yu-Gi-Oh archetype, so yeah, we can go doing this today. This item's normally on the spin the wheel, but I can choose to randomly just do it if I feel like it and things like that. So yeah, we're doing this today. As with always, I'll quickly go through what our archetype is all about and such, and then I'll show you where we are currently with the artwork. So quickly going over it. So the archetype that I'm currently making is called Stained Tales. So tainted stories with basically different endings to what they should be. The main stories we are focusing on are fairy tales and stuff. Um, so for example, the one that we've been working on the most at the moment are ones related to Snow White. Um, so basically, Snow White, but with a bad ending. In this instance, the main ending I thought of was Snow White actually dies to the poison apple type stuff instead of just being put to sleep, if I remember right. But yeah, that's kind of like the main. It's like a what if scenario type thing with it, and we came up with a few different like card names. So I stuck to the side. Okay. Ugh, it's not working. One sec. How about it? No, not that bad actually. This is it showing the wrong one? Maybe I don't know at this point. One sec. Yeah, it's definitely the right one. Okay, I don't know why it's not lining up properly. It was lining up fine earlier. Anyway, we came up with some names for different like cards and stuff. As I said, we're currently working on the Snow White ones. So we've done the Stained Tales of the Poison Apple artwork, and then we're currently working on the Magic Mirror one. We started working out like some extra things, like I actually started working out card effects for them. So this is the one we've done previously that does need a bit of editing, but we're going to be using tainted counters. And basically, the more tainting counters are on a card, the more stains / tainted the story is. So we got this for this one, and then we're currently working on the Magic Mirror one and stuff at the moment. We've only got the outline for this, but yeah. This one's gonna be like a quick effect, quick play style type stuff for this one. And I'm trying to make the effects work in relation to like the tainted counters, but also in relation to how the spell looks or is. So, for example, like a magic mirror reflects copy. So, we wanted the effect to be kind of like that. Um, and things. So, yeah. In this instance, this one basically checks how many tainted counters are on a card on the field and then gains an effect based on it. But yeah, so that's what we've got here. Yeah. So we're going to be continuing on with the artwork today for this one. So there's a few things I want to amend when it comes to the actual outline. So we're going to be working on that, and then hopefully we can start doing the coloring of it. But yeah, either way, let's get to it. Also, there's no music in the background because I don't know what to do about music. I want to post this to YouTube afterwards, and I'm worried about copyright, so we don't have any music for it. But if anyone has any suggestions about royalty-free music sources for Twitch and YouTube, put it in the Discord or in chat because I have no clue. Anyway, let's get to it then. So let me see here. So I said, notice there's a line that needs deleted, and then I want to try and fix the main person. Okay, let's see. Where is the Wiki Queen? Wiki Queen's here. Rainmaker and okay. First things first. We need to get rid of this line. We've had this for a while, so cool. Okay, okay. Keeping an eye on chat on my phone. Okay, let's see here then. So I want to try and fix the, as you can see, this we got the face looking fine, but the body outline isn't. So I think it needs to be like more like this. But I need to work out how to get it to work. As with everything. Gonna cut the body portion out. Put this on a separate layer and then try and oopsie daisy, failing to cut properly. And hopefully fix it. Put that there. Okay. Okie dokie, let's see if we can do this then. Yeah, it's gonna be the hardest part today. It's like, I'm fine with like, coloring portions, but bodies are like one of the one thing that I cannot do very easily. So let's see then. So I'm just gonna is that right? Uh, so at the moment, hmm, I don't think that's right either. Oh, jeez. Honestly, as soon as we got the face right is when all the angle work with the queen went wrong. Oh, dear me. Trying to think where the beginning of the back would be. Hmm. Probably don't need that, do we? Hey, Mr. Bob, well done on getting first. I'm just trying to see if I can fix up the shoulders. Um, let's add the cheesecake and the small olive. Yeah, I'm no good when it comes to drawing people. Like I did the face fine, but since then, trying to get the back to look proper is painful. No, that probably needs to be shorter. That probably doesn't even need to be there. That's kind of like in shadow. So it's probably more like this. Oh man. Get rid of the body layer. Why does that look even more twisted? Oh man. Honestly, it looks even more complicated at this point. That's definitely not how it should look either. I mean, I think this should be in line with the shoulder, but then this shouldn't be here at all. Oh man, I've definitely butchered something. It's like as soon as I got the face looking right, I then had it like it's one of those things where the face is so annoying to do, but then it's like the body is like opposite of what the face is now. Oh man. But yeah, it's like this is in shadow as a note. This is in shadow. This is like where the E is supposed to be. So it's like, it's almost in the right position. It's just the problem is like the shoulders need to be more lined up. The problem is if they're more lined up, it looks like the head is twisted and not looking straight ahead. Because pretty sure I need to get rid of that line too. At this point, let me duplicate this bit. If I duplicate this bit and start editing this bit, hopefully this will help a little bit. So let me think here. So yeah, people are hard. It's one of those things where it's like if you don't try it, you won't, learn to actually do it properly. But yeah, basically one of these two lines here needs to go into the back, basically, I think. Probably gonna have to do this sturdy. Have to have the right color selected. Yeah, it's like So I can think that line has to go into the back. And then, yeah, because this is like the back of the head right here. So this has to be in line with like the backbone, wherever the backbone is. Man. And then this here is the side of the neck. And then I think this is too forward because this is like the front, like, So I think this bit here needs to go like there, and then that needs to go inwards a little bit, I think. And then I'm pretty sure I don't need this. Ugh, it's one of those annoying things where we just have to keep on amending it slightly. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. It's either that or the neck's too long. With everything. Come on, man. Think it has to start here. Like somewhere along here is where the shoulder is, I think. Hmm. Starting to look a little better. Whoops. Oh, man. The only problem with this is I'm gonna have to fix some of the other layers. But luckily I think I've saved backups in some of the layers. This needs to be. Oh man, why does this still look wrong? It literally is the neck, I think, that's causing the main issue. Yeah, I think that needs to be brought up a little bit more. Ah, jeez. Why, and why? It's still not working properly. Oops. Ah, dear man. Now it just looks like a straight line. Um, Damn it, I'm making random dots again. It's one thing I hate about having a touchscreen laptop. If I lean on it too much, it'll just randomly put inputs on it. I need one of those special gloves. Yeah, no, these lines need redoing. Mm. But anyway, how are you, Mr. Bob? I hope you're having a great day today. Okay. How does that look? Why does it look like a pencil now? Oh my goodness. I mean, I don't even know at this point. No, no. It feels like this needs to be out just a little bit more. Because it's currently in line with the face at the moment, which isn't what it needs to be, I think. Oh dear. Oh my goodness. No. Mm, like, it almost looks right, but I'm not sure. Hmm. I mean, it's looking better than the last one. But yeah, I think we need to bring out the arm just slightly more. Just do it. I do. Maybe something like that. Maybe that fixes it. Hmm. It's definitely looking way better. And honestly, we could probably use the because this here is like a what is it, like a head cover type thing. So I was planning to have the head cover part of the body anyway. It's this little thing up here. Yeah, it's like we don't need to do the arms or anything too much because it's going to be covered by the cloak. Um, save in here. Hmm. Um, so I think, what was it? Layer 18 was the old one, right? That's the test. Just so the wanna I think this one. Okay, cool. Hey Ninja guy, how are you? Hope you're having a great day today. That's the old. So this is the new one. Layer. See if we can fix this up. Oh man, another bot. Direct message me. Hmm. Well, if they send a message to you that's definitely like a botty type message, send me a screenshot directly to me and then I'll deal with it. It's annoying because it's like you can't tell who's a bot and who isn't sometimes. Like the best way I know is if, like, for example, if someone's in chat and they say, "Oh, join the Discord," like I know they're not a bot type stuff. But then, you also get the ones where you can't really tell. Um, Normally they'll send like a GIF and say hi. They'll then do like a couple posts saying, "Oh, how are you?" and stuff, and then they'll immediately go into commissions type stuff. That's normally how the bots go. Plus, they never follow the person who's like owner. Ah, you saw the small live I made, yeah. Yeah, for everyone who raids me, they get added to the small live raiders army. Sometimes I'll mention it to them when they raid in, sometimes I forget. But yeah, I enjoy making them. It's just another way for me to try and I got you. But yeah, we're on like what, page 3? I think the first one had like 22, second one had 23, and we got another page slowly going through. I think we've added, I think we're at 10 now, I think, because I still got a few to add, plus I've got the 2 that you raided in with to add as well. So where am I with that actually? Let me have a look. I've got my notes list down. So it's like, what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got another 6 to add. to my Raiders army to catch up, mind you. Hopefully I'll get round to it. But yeah, I'm slowly just adding people. I always note down who raids and stuff. Yo, what's up? But yeah, we're currently working on a Yu-Gi-Oh archetype at the moment. This is the artwork so far. I'm trying to fix the person because I'm no good with people. This is the outline so far. And if you give me a second, let me switch. Get rid of that. This is the archetype we're currently making. It's called Stained Tales. Um, think of like fairy tales, but with bad endings, different to the original endings. We've currently done like stuff in relation to Snow White at the moment. And I've started working on like effects for the cards and stuff. And then this is the one we're currently working on. Stained Tales of the Magic Mirror. Direct message me if you think someone's a bot, direct message me in Discord with a screenshot of the messages they send you, and I'll remove them from the Discord server if if it seems like they are a bot. There's always a few ways to work it out. I can look on the back end, have a look at what their user ID is and stuff and things. But yeah. But yeah, this is the one we're currently working on at the moment for the artwork. Stained Tales of the Magic Mirror. And this is kind of like the effect we're going for. So I'm doing like a counter-based art type. So you'll basically put tainted counters on the cards, and the more tainted counters they have, the more effects they gain. In a way, it's like more tainted the story gets. I got the idea because of an anime. Um, a lot of you probably know of the anime Bungo Stray Dogs, but there's another one called Bungo to Alchemist that has a very similar premise but different. And it has like stories that get tainted and stuff, and they have to try and like untaint them and things. So that's where I kind of got the idea and stuff. But yeah, so with this card, this is going to be like a quick play spell. So it targets a Stained Tails card with tainted counters. Then you may activate the corresponding effect based on the number of tainted counters on that card. Yeah, sadly, the problem is I can't tell if they're a bot just from following you, you know? I know following people is something like, you know, it's hard to tell basically, but I find that most of the bots I see, because I always ask for like screenshot proof, most of the bots will send like some random like GIF image and then message, and then they'll eventually go into asking about commissions, basically, most of the bots I've seen. But yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like who sends friend requests randomly, but if they message you, I'm trying to remember if I but oh, where's my thing gone? One sec. One second, I'm just checking. Um, checking. Pretty sure I added it. But yeah, we got a rule about private messages and or the advertiser services and in private messages. That's why it's like there's not much I can do until they like, try and commission you in a way. Oh, what's the word used? But yeah, it's yeah, basically if they send you any direct message that looks very botty like, I mean, in a way, like, sending a random friend request to someone is very botty anyway, but it's hard to tell. But yeah, just send me the details if they do anything. If not, just block and ignore them. I mean, if you don't want to be friends with them, just block them and send me like, the name of the person. If you're that convinced they're a bot, then I'll remove them. But yeah, it's always hard to know until after they've sent a message or tried to do something, if you know what I mean. Anyway, let's get back to it. So yeah, what was I saying? A GIF. Oh man, I can't really show an example of one very easily unless I go into my history and send you one, but I'll do it after stream maybe. But they'll send like, let's say, an anime GIF of like a character waving. Okay, let me have a look. I'll have a quick look. I'll have to deal with it after stream though, but I can have a quick look now. Good. 3 minutes ago. Okay, cool. I've got that. I'll have a look into it. Yeah, yeah. It's like I said, it's hard to know if they're a bot or not because it's like, yeah, you don't really get random friend requests in Discord. That's one giveaway. But until they like send you a message and stuff, it's even harder. Yeah. You're also go like I don't know how, but most of the raids like, people get or, you know, like even Robux Up uses the guide the raid function quite a bit on my channel to get me into new people's streams and stuff. Like, the WhatsApp is everywhere basically. It's like you'll raid into someone and they're just there. Mm. But yeah, either way, I'll have a look into it. I've got the username for the person, so I'll have a look into it. But yeah, it's really hard to tell if they're a bot straight away. Like, it's sending friend requests in Discord is already a rare thing that you don't really see done very often. But at the same time, like, you just really don't know until they break a rule. Like, most of the rules that these bots get caught on is the soliciting, trying to get commissions via DMs, which is a rule that I've got in my server thing. Honestly, I might update the rule to include any messaging of, you know, thing, but the problem is that gets complicated, you know? So, yeah, I don't know. I think Ninja is supposed to at Zetrono, I think. I have no clue. Anyway, um, but yeah, the card, let's get back a little bit more on topic. I don't know, I have no clue. I think you were saying that you didn't get the bot message yet, about, commissioning, basically, I think. But I don't know. Anyway, but yeah, so this card we're currently working on is going to be a quick play spell. And so I said it's going to be working on the stain, was it tainted counters? But basically, it will look at another card that has tainted counters on and then gain effect based on it. One, so target a Stain Tails card, place or remove a stain counter from that card. If there's two counters on the card, you can add a Stain Tails card to your hand. And then the one that's like the main reason why it's quick play spell is that if there's three or more tainted counters on a card, Until the end of the turn, your opponent can't target Stained Tails cards with card effects. Yeah. But I do have the name, so I'll have a look into if it looks like they're more of a bot on the back end, then they'll be removed from the server either way. It's hard to know because like people could just join the server just to join the server. Like, my server's quite quiet, so it's always hard to know really, but yeah. But yeah. But yeah, this is the card we're currently working on at the moment. We're just fixing up the outline. Let me bring it back up. So let me bring it up. Basically, it's fairy tales gone wrong. We're working on the Snow White ones, but we've got Cinderella, Hansel and Gretel, and Little Red Riding Hood as well. But we're working on the Snow White ones. We've also got non-archetype specific cards. Since there needs to be a place for these stories to be housed, we got the Archive of the Stained Tales, which is this field spell. Think of it like the library. The Librarian, and then Archivist, which I came up with recently, which is a link monster that basically is like, let's just say, just like the stories can be tainted, the Librarian has a good and bad side. So you have like the good, like level 4 monster, and then the bad link monster, and they swap between each other type stuff. But yeah, it's still a work in progress as a note. Oh my god, did you message? I have no clue. Don't ask me. Don't ask me anymore. No. Let me bring up the link monster effect. I think I can't even remember. Whoopsie daisy. Ah, damn it. Um, damn it. Why is this breaking? My goodness. These in the right order. So this is the field spell. The field spell special summons the monster from deck, and then it has effects based on stuff that's happening. The monster sends a Stained Tails card from deck to hand, and then places a tainted counter on another card on the field, except itself. And then if a tainted counter is put on it, it can then summon the Stained Tails monster from the extra deck or deck, which is the Link monster. And then the Link monster has like a generic just put tainted counters on twice per turn, and then has effects based on how many tainted counters it has. But yeah, this is a during the opponent's turn when the opponent activates a card or effect for this one. Yeah. This one adds one, but the kind of idea is that the field spell goes into the monster, then into the link. You can technically add the field spell, but the problem is it has to be a different name to the card you control and grave. That's my way of limiting it. Negate cards effects. Type 1 card in opponent's field, negate that card's effects till the end of the turn. Type up to 3 Stained Tails and Grail, shuffle them back into deck, and then summon the Stained Tails monster for recursion. And then type cards up to the number of Stained Tails cards with 10 counters on and destroy those cards. It's Yeah, like I said, I'm still working on card effects, but the idea is that this is the thing that stays on the field the longest. Okay, let me have a look. Yep, that's a bot. Yeah, see what I mean? See what I mean? I swear, love. See what I mean? It's crazy how much like they ask you a normal question and then they're like commission. You see what I mean? But yeah, thank you for the evidence. I'll remove them after stream. Yeah, don't click any links. If they send you any links, don't click anything, basically. YouTube or otherwise. But yeah, oh my goodness. It is crazy how quick they go on to commissions, man. So tainted counters are basically the way I look at it is that so as I said, cards with bad endings. The more tainted counters are on a card, the more effects it gains, slash the more tainted the story is. So, slightly different, more different, oh god, there's a bad ending type thing. Basically well, most of the effects activate when a tainted counter is placed or removed. So for example, with this one, the Link monster, let's say it has zero tainted counters on the field when it's summoned. When a tainted counter is added or removed, it'll gain effect. Of course, when there's none, it'll just be added. So when it gets added, when a tainted counter is put on it, it'll gain the effect of immediately activating add a stained tails from deck to hand with a different name. Um, and basically, every time a counter is added or removed, depending on how many counters are left on the card, is what effect gets activated. So, for example, let's say it has two counters on it at the moment, and then you remove one, it will activate the first effect again. Of course, there's no zero counter effect, which I'm trying to work out how to work around at the moment with it, because technically you can make it go down to zero counters. And I'm wondering if there should be like a special thing where it will swap back to the monster. But yeah, I don't know there. But to try and make it not too broken, like for example, like this effect here at the bottom. So out of the ones for this one, because there's 4 effects total, you can only activate it 3 times a turn. So you can only get 3 of the 4 effects off, basically. It's like you can still add counters to it, but it won't gain the effect afterwards. It can only utilize one of these 4 effects 3 times a turn. It's kind of interesting, basically. So let's say it's on 2 counters at the moment. So it's gained effect. So for the turn, it's got 2 counters at the beginning. Let's say you add a counter onto it. The first effect will be that. Let's say you remove a counter, it'll go back and do number 2. And then if you add a counter again, it will do number 3 again. That's kind of like the idea. And that's the reason why there's a +4. So basically, let's say you're on number 3, you add a counter to get 4, and then you add another counter and do number 4 again. But as said, I'm still working out the effects. This is still like mainly like beginning of like ideas when it comes to it, because I want to have a plus effect one so that in case it has more counters for it. But then, like I said, there's no effect for if there's 0 counters at the moment. Because 0 is a weird one where it'll have 0 on the field, but a counter hasn't been added or removed yet. So I'm trying to work out the best way to do that. I said, if anyone has any ideas and stuff, you can put them in the Discord. We've got like a Yu-Gi-Oh themed one, but yeah, at the moment, like the ones I've definitely got working, I think, are like the small, simple ones, like this one here. Stained Tails of the Poison Apple is going to be a continuous spell. When a tainted counter is placed or removed on Stained Tails of the Poison Apple, you may activate the corresponding effect. Place a Stained Tails continuous spell trap from the deck or grave face upon the field. Target a Stained Tail card, place or remove one tainted counter from that card. +3, all monsters your opponent currently controls loses 3 attack and defense for every tainted counter on the field till the end of the turn. You can activate 2 effects per turn. The main reason for the 2 effects thing is the fact that there's 3. You can only get 2 of them off a turn, basically. It's like, let's say you went first, you play this, you place a counter on it. You get one and then two and then nothing else afterwards. Like you can still place counters on it, but you can only get two effects to activate per turn. But yeah, I said it's one of those things where I'm trying to even it out. Like you don't want it to be too broken, but at the same time you want it to at least do what you need it to do for like a combo starter thing. Like with this one, it places a Stain Tails continuous spell trap. For this, it could be like anything almost. I don't think I've got a continuous spell yet to place. Originally, I was going to have it add like the field spell, but I felt that was a little bit too broken. Because the field spell is like the main like card to use to get your main monster out at the moment. But yeah, basically most of them are going to have just the free counter requirements. That's what I've got at the moment. This even the this one here, which is the other card, which is like a quick play spell at the moment. Three different effects. This one's a bit weird because it's a quick play spell. It basically activates an effect based on a card's amount of Stain Tails. So let's say this one's got two tainted counters on it. This card will then target it. It will see it has two tainted counters on it and then activate the second effect. But yeah, as I said, it's still a work in progress, a big work in progress. The idea of counters came like a couple streams back from this, I think. Might even been the last stream. So I'm still trying to work it out a little bit. Even like, for example, the field spell, I think. I don't even have an effect for number three because I want the field spell and the main big monsters to have like more effects that they can gain, but for example, like still not gain every effect. It also means that if you can place multiple stained counters on, so for example, if there's a card, I haven't got one yet. If you're able to add two tainted counters, it would skip, let's say it's at 0 for this one. If you add two tainted counters to it, it will miss the first effect and go straight to the second effect. But yeah, as I said, I'm still working it out at the moment. Because the cards we've got at the moment that even add tainted counters is we've got the quick play spell and then we've got the link 2 at the moment. But yeah, that's all we've got. Trying to remember. I think what is it? This special the field spell specials the librarian. Um, the librarian then activates the effect, putting a tainted counter onto the field spell, which allows you to add another Stained Tails card from deck to hand, which allows you to add like this one or this one basically. Basically, the field spell is what allows you to start at the moment, but yeah. As said, work in progress, work in progress. Anyway, let's get back to doing the artwork. But yeah. Oh, man. Yeah. Oh yeah, you got to go. Got distracted. Yeah. With Zatrona's message, but yeah. Anyway, so we're almost done with the outline for this one. I think we've almost got the position right, if you know what I mean. Yeah, most of this is going to be like behind a cloak, basically. Should probably make the cloak a little bit more wavy on this side. See if we can get that to work. Something like that a bit. Ah, man, why does it feel like it's a little bit more ugh, laggy today? Oh, dear. So those are not five. Just go with that line, I think completely. And this can just blend into the background, I think. Did notice something. Why is there a bit of pink there? Right, fixed. Then I just need to fix the outlines that are missing, if you know what I mean, from around where the queen was. Oh dear. This shouldn't take too long to fix. Hmm. Okay, where is the curtain light? Curtain light. If I copy it from this side, I should be able to just get it to work. Layer. Click. Oh man, how's an hour already gone by? Yeah, man. Yeah, we should be able to work on the uh, coloring portion, which I'm a little bit more confident in. A little bit, I should say. Still not my best area, but I like to think I can at least do better than outlines on people. Okay, we just need to fix this a bit. Okay, so we merge that down. Okay, where is the brick? Bricklayer. There we go. Should be able to just fill the gaps, I think. Whoops, wrong. Oh no, I got rid of my color at some point. There. Okay. Oh, and that was the other thing I needed to remember to do. Trying to work out what to put in the magic mirror. Um, so what was it in Disney? And I think even in like what was it, the Twisted Wonderland, they had a very simplified mask. I was trying to think like what to put in for this because it's like we could either have a mask slash a face, or we could have it like showing Snow White. But at the same time, it's like either or I have to draw a face of some sort, if you know what I mean. It could also be the beginning of it appearing, so like a misty, like entity type stuff. But I don't know. Maybe we'll leave that to the end, and we can try and get like some of the coloring done. Anyway, let's start with the hard bit, which is probably going to be the snakes. Okay, so let me see here. What's the best thing to do? They're all not used. There's the main mirror layer. So if we do here, put two layers here, color, and then I need a ow, layer two. Cool. Oh, I have to do okay. Let me think. So, what color do we want the mirror outline? Do we want to go like actual snake colors, or do we want to go like gold or something? Because we've got like two layers, which reminds me, we've got a little bit of overlap over here that I missed. Where is it? Main layer there. Yeah, we've got like the snakes, we've got the background like thing. So maybe having like brown for like the main mirror outline, and then like I don't know, kind of like one of those kind of like fake rich things. Like the main mirror is just a wooden mirror, while the snakes are like golden colors, maybe. Hmm. See how it like normally looks in the Snow White. I'll probably do something like that. Seems like that's kind of like the route a lot of things are gone. So, okay, color palette. So we're gonna gold is gonna be hard for me to do, but we'll definitely attempt it. Okay, so first things first, we need like a brown, wooden brown thing. So this is the palette layer, so just a basic brown. Mm, it's a darker one. So we'll probably do shadow for this one, and then like main two colors. Okay. So this is gonna be interesting. First bit of color on the actual page, then. This one's a bit more annoying because it's like behind everything, but Mm. Hopefully this isn't too dark. I might pick out a lighter color for like contrast, I think. Okay. Yeah, if you have any ideas for like card effects and stuff, put them in chat because it's one of those things. It's like the tainted counters is probably what I'm going to go with, but I'm still having difficulties working out like what cards should do what. It's like, every deck needs at least one ad card, you know? It's like the simple ones are taken, but the more difficult ones, I don't know. There's also the thought of like one of the things I didn't even consider when I was like coming up with ideas was whether or not there should be any pendulum monsters. It's like I didn't even have a link monster originally when I first came up with the names. I came up with that later on after the tainted counters came about as like an alt, if you know what I mean. Like you have like the good librarian and then the bad link version of it. Oh, so what do you guys think of the color so far? Because I can change it really easily. I can just, paint bucket it if we need to change it. Searchable counter trap. Honestly, counter traps. I mean, every deck has some sort of negate these days, so maybe. Hmm. It's definitely going to be interesting trying to come up with like a counter trap of some sort, though, because, like I said, most of the cards are going to be related to the tainted counters, so maybe we could just have the odd card that's tainted already, just like in a normal tainted state. Maybe. Or it'd have to do something similar to the quick play spell where it checks a card on the field for counters. But I think that'll just make it a little overly complicated on especially on like quick what was it, a counter trap. Because it would mean it would be able to do multiple things. When most counter traps literally just do the one thing they're designed for, and maybe a grave effect. That is a thing though, because of the fact that I'm doing this whole thing with like at different count amounts of counters have different effects. It means that the card's going to be really long-winded on text. As an example, the poison apple one originally had an activation effect, right? As like like oh, you play this card and do something. And that was originally going to be the ad card, but I decided not to because the text box was getting really long with what I wanted it to do, which is why I'm putting the ad effect on a different card. That is something I need to look into, though. Pendulum monsters, are they classed as like continuous spells? Like, I guess they are in a way, especially on the field, but technically classed as a monster in hand in the deck. It'd be interesting if there was a way to like get a pendulum monster straight from deck without listing it as a pendulum monster. Like, I'll have to have a look into that. I'll have to look into the. So I know there are pendulum monsters at place. Yeah, because at the moment the poison apple spell lists continuous spells and traps, but they're not cast as a continuous spell unless they're already activated from hand. But adding the presets, including like pendulum monsters, that'll make it confusing. So it's one of those things. You want a card to do what you want it to do without it doing too much. Like, let me Daisy. Like, this is the field spell at the moment. It has an activate effect, and it has the effect what's on the field type stuff. You can ignore this. This is what I wanted it to do originally, the monster, but this is what we got so far. But then I've also got like effects, like for example down here, quick effect when a stain tail card revolves in a new chain type to many permanent tail card place attempt to counter. I had an idea for that. And then to Daisy. Eating that, my goodness. But then I've also got these. Um yeah, here you go. This is the poison apple one. This was originally on the poison apple card, but I removed it. This card is a little special summon, place a tainted counter to number of saying chaotic remain, excluding archivist. This one was one for the link monster. It's like their effects I'm probably gonna give other cards if you know what I mean. But the problem is you just don't want them to do too much. I mean, I think everyone knows like that pendulum monster that has the most text on it, if you know what I mean. And I just don't want it to turn into that, if you know what I mean. But yeah, it means like stuff like, the poison apple one was supposed to have an activate effect originally when I started writing up the card, but yeah, decided not to because of space, because it was starting to get a bit tight. The only reason I know that is because I actually did kind of see a little bit in the bottom corner. You can kind of see like I put it into one of those Yu-Gi-Oh creator things to try and see how big slash how much the text takes up. Oh, one sec. I know it's kind of hard to see 'cause it's much smaller than me in a way, but that's how much the text is taking up at the moment with just this. Honestly, I should have a look online to see how much like text characters are used in like certain cards, if you know what I mean. Because like as an idea to try and limit it, but at the same time, like yeah, I just don't want the cards to be, you know, too wordy and too complicated. As you could probably guess, I mean, this is an archetype I'm working on, but at the same time, I want it to at least be, playable in terms of like, you could take this to a tournament and play it type thing. I don't want it to be overly broken or powerful. I mean, the main weakness at the moment is the fact that it does use counters and it does require, certain amounts for certain effects type things. But yeah, maybe I should like have a zero counter effect, maybe. Zero counters mean it's not tainted at all and it'll get a special effect, but it can't activate like you have to remove, like have a counter to remove to gain the effect. So maybe maybe having 0 and 4 counters being, or 3 counters being the most powerful effects. Maybe because they're the hardest to get to, or at least 3 is definitely. 0 maybe not as much, but yeah, stuff to think about, as they say. At the moment, we're just doing it a solid color at the moment for the mirror. I'm not even sure, like, like I said, we're not going to have a reflection in the mirror. We're going to have, like, the entity that's in the mirror. But yeah, it's like at the moment, most of the cards that we're designing require to stay on the field for long periods to gain and lose counters. But because of that, like, you obviously don't want, like, 5+ continuous spells, because as soon as you get 5+, you can't use any from hand, cards from hand for like summoning and stuff. So that's kind of like the main issue I think we've got at the moment, is I don't want there to be too many continuous spells in the archetype, but the whole like adding and removing counters thing is like mainly for the stuff that stays on the field, continuous spells, traps, field spell, monsters, stuff like that. Plus, if I did do what is it called? Pendulum monsters. The pendulum effect, I think, is smaller than the main monster effect, if I remember right, for like box size. So I don't know how that would work for like tainted counters and such. Oh man, so much to think about when you're trying to make your own archetype. Anyway, so we've just done one layer at the moment, so you can kind of see how it is at the moment. I want to at least put a little bit of shadow work into it, and of course, we need to work out the colors for the snakes. Jade, I think, will be like, a dark green color for the eyes, I think would work nice. And then, like, it's like trying to work out like gold colors. Oh, the fun bit of gold. Yeah, it's like we've got this yellow. I can try and make it gold. That's kind of goldy. It's always hard to tell. Most of the color gold comes out of like metallic colors, so then something like that can make it more like for the eyes. Plus, I am going to use one of the shadings to try and give it some scales, I think. But yeah. Oh, we got a bot. Delete that and pop bin. 175 bots so far. Jeez. Slowly getting to 200. But yeah, so we've got kind of like ideas on the colors to be used. Man. What the back? Trying to give it a bit of dimension. It's hard. It's only a slight color difference, but still. Mm. What do you think? Is that okay for now for like the wooden aspect of it? I want to put a little bit of highlights, probably around. Trying to think where the best, probably around like slight around the edge, to try and show that the mirror is kind of like glowing a little bit. But yeah, don't know. We need to work out the main snake color, I think. It's gonna be fun. Gonna do this on a different layer, just to make sure we don't accidentally go over anything. Really? So it's like, okay, do this color. So this color is gonna be the main color. Whoops, change my brush back. Yeah, so with this one, we're gonna like shade the edges, but also we're going to try and give it a little bit of texture when it comes to like scaling. It's gonna be definitely interesting. I've never done scales. Well, the closest I came to was like someone's what was it when I was doing the smaller for the Raiders army and such. But yeah. The snakes are pretty mirrored, so I should be able to copy and paste and use what we have once we've got it, one of them done. So the only ones that can't are like the heads, I think, are slightly different. And the tails are slightly different. These aren't going to be like real snakes. These are just like golden ones. So we won't need to like do understomach because that's technically against the mirror, I would have thought. Mhm. Yeah, but the main thing was copied and pasted between them. So the only difference is, I'm trying to remember. It's like this one's a copy and paste of the one over here, but at the same time the head's different. So I had to edit and move the heads around both times when we did it. Okay. Use this one for the shading, so let's should be able to just do straight line. So, yeah. We'll do this a little smaller. I think 15? 15 should be big enough. No, no, no. Right. Ah, so- that. Hmm. Probably do the scales now, maybe. We'll do that on a different layer as well. Hmm, this is gonna be interesting. So we'll do this on. So, let me think. How's the best way to represent snakes? Yeah, they're kind of like in bunches. Hmm. Oh yeah. Whoops. Ah. It's okay, right? Do you think that's okay? It kind of blends in quite a bit, but I don't know. Mm, see, and the head's gonna be interesting. Just showing a look at the picture of the snake's head. Look at that. Hmm. Well, definitely going to be copying and pasting this bit. This is going to take a while. I'll probably make it slightly thinner, like on one side maybe, so it's not showing off as much. Hmm. Let's hope this shows up more than I think it's gonna. And that's what it's going for at the moment, you know. Honestly, you can only barely see it. Oh, I might as well keep going though. You can only just barely see it, but hopefully it'll just give it that little bit of texture so it doesn't look like a flat, just so it doesn't look very flat. Whoops, one more layer. Either way, as I said, it's not a real snake. It's just supposed to be like a golden figure of a snake. The scales are one of those things I'm not used to drawing. So hopefully this will look okay. Trust the process, isn't that what they say? Hopefully this works out and it's okay. It's doing a stretch. My goodness. Oh, man. Whoops, I just noticed. There we go, fixed. Oh man, I have to remember that. It's like 6 and 7, ironically, way before the meme, mind you. Oh, the key bindings I use to move my model around. So I have to remember if I click those numbers, then I have to remember to click the other one to return it back to normal. Problem is, I don't think that far ahead. It's getting thinner, so I must be getting almost at the end. Pretty sure scales get smaller as they get close to the tail end, so. Almost at the end. My goodness. Okay, so we got that. Now if we go like this. I know you can't really see it unless you zoom in like crazy, but yeah, the only thing we need to do is lighten up the center bit a little bit. Do we have a gold light gold color yet? I don't think we do. We'd have to do that on this little okay, let me see here. Can I make a lighter gold color without making it too bright like the first one? Hmm, that but more. It's one of those things where I just maybe that. Hmm, don't know. That's the problem, ain't it? Yeah. We're on layer 27 for this. This is gonna be like the highlights, I guess. This one of those things. It's really annoying. It's like the smaller I go, the less frayed out it is. It's one thing I don't like. It's like that's not, you know, which means I have to do bigger and then erase bits. Guess the point. Just to blend it in a bit more. That's one snake done. And it's on to the next ones. This is just the main color. I'll be doing the main shading afterwards with lights and darks, but yeah. I think it looks okay. Do need to do the green eyes. Let me do that next. Just to make sure I remember. Okay. There's a way for me to like, yeah, group things together so I don't get mixed up in them. Okay. Just making sure I don't get mixed up. Okay. So I've merged all the layers, so this should all be one thing. Duplicate, and then layers, flip. There we go. We'll have to change the tail bit a little bit, but it saves a bit of time, if you know what I mean. There we go. And yeah, the tail's a lot longer. So I'll just have to blend it in. Okie dokie. It's down here too. Okie dokie. So let's with this one then. So we're gonna have to blend this out. Alright. Alright. That's it. Hmm. Let's go with this one. Actually, that's more green. Hmm. 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 I think I misremembered what color the scales were. Okay, let me see if I can copy. We'll do that. That's better. Okay. Oh, hey, when does that?
Sofring raided my stream with 8 viewers.
Um, whoops. Back. Oh, whoops. It's supposed to be under the previous layer then. Traveler. Okay. Hi, Suffering. Thank you so much for the raid. My goodness. Let me give you a shout out. How did your stream go? What were you playing? Let's have a look. We were playing Pokemon Champions. Oh my goodness, I still need to play Pokemon Champions. I downloaded it, but that's as far as I got. Oh dear. Well, it's just me. I'm more of a shiny hunter than a Pokemon battler. It's going good. It's going good. As you can see, we're continuing on with the card I was working on a previous stream. I'm currently doing the coloring part, which is a little bit easier than drawing people. Nice, nice. Yeah, I downloaded it for Nintendo Switch. I just haven't played it yet. Oh, nice. Which Pokemon did you get? And did you get it permanently or because I know isn't there like ones that you can temporary get and which ones that you can permanently have or something? I don't know. Medichan. Oh, that's a good one. That one turns like light blue if I remember right. Nice, nice. Yeah, because I think there's like temporary licenses, aren't there, where you can like borrow Pokemon for like a little bit, and then there's ones which are like permanent, I think. Yeah, rental and forever, yeah. hmm But yeah, we're currently working on a card at the moment. We'll quickly go over it. But yeah, we're working on a archetype which I have named Stain Tails. Um, Basically, fairy tales with bad endings is like the simplified version of it. And I came up with loads of different names previously. We're currently working on the Stain Tales of the Magic Mirror, which is based on Snow White at the moment. And yeah, we're working on the artwork at the moment. This is where it was last time and stuff. Um, I came up with a card effect off stream. Basically, this whole archetype's going to run around something called a tainted counter. So kind of like spell counters, but tainted to kind of go in with the theme of stories being affected and stuff like that. And basically, the more counters a card has, the more like effects it gains access to, I guess is the best way I could put it. Like one of the cards I was looking at for inspiration was the for like effects and how they work was the Rainbow Dragon field spell a little bit, where it has effects based on how many crystal beasts are on the field, I believe. So we're looking kind of like that. The one we're working at the moment is going to be a quick play spell that checks a permanent. What was it? It checks a Tails card on the field for tainted counters, and then gains an effect based on how many counters are on that card. So, for example, if it looks at a card and it only has one tainted counter, it'll gain the first effect to place or remove a tainted counter. Yeah. hmm Yeah, the librarian one, which I'm hoping to get around to at some point, but yeah. So as you can see here, we got like, a few ones I've worked effects out. We've got a field spell. which I haven't drawn yet. I'll probably, honestly, knowing the field spell is going to be one of the main cards, I might get and do that next time. We've got a monster, which is going to be like the main normal monster, kind of like an Alistair card in a way. It's going to be like the main monster of the deck. And then you got a link monster that the monster gains access to, which is like a dark counterpart to it that actually has the stain cards. The only thing is well, just from, today's stream, I'm wondering whether I should have a zero counter effect since we remove and place counters. The zero counter effect will be when it's pure and, no change is made. And then the last effect is when the card is very tainted type stuff. As I said, it wibbly wobbly, with the effects at the moment, especially since there isn't really an archetype that does this with counters. Like the closest thing is like spell counters, but they just remove spell counters to gain effects, not every time a counter gets added, it gains an effect type stuff. But yeah, it's something, I'm enjoying it so far, especially coming up with ideas for it because this is very a different way of like doing Yu-Gi-Oh in a way. Like I'm trying to make sure the cards are do what they want to do, but also make them not too powerful type stuff. But yeah, so you know, we're working on this quick play spell at the moment. We've already done this artwork. I'm probably gonna edit it a little bit because I mean, in comparison, you can see it was like a year between these card artworks. You can kind of see I've improved a bit. But yeah, so I might edit this one a little bit off stream maybe, but yeah. It's gonna be an interesting archetype, I think. But yeah, so basically all the monsters will have stained tails in its name, and then it will have like something to do with it. We're working on if I just go to the right page, this one. So I came up with like example names like a while back for like different ones. They're all based on like fairy tales as well. So we got like the ones we're doing at the moment are all related to Snow White. I've got a few written down for the Cinderella, Hansel and Gretel, Little Red Riding Hood, and little blurbs about how the story has changed for it. The problem is, I feel like I've got too many cards. One is too many cards. We have non-story specific cards like the library, the librarian, and stuff like that that looks after them. But yeah, if anyone has any like suggestions for improvement, of course, feel free to state them in chat because it just takes one like idea to help make the archetype work a little bit better. As said, I've only came up with card effects for I think what was it, 5 cards so far. So we got like a continuous spell, a quick play, a field spell, a level 4 monster, and a link 2 monster that the level 4 monster goes into. And then I've got a few ideas for like cards, like we need an add card, like a generic normal spell, and then we've got these written down, which were on other card effects. This one was on the continuous spell, but I removed it because it felt like it had too much text on the card or did too much. So, slowly working on stuff. Yeah, yeah. It's like, for example, the current monster that we've got, it's this one. When it's normal special summoned, it sends a Stained Tails card from deck to grave. So I do want to have at least 2 with grave effects. Then target Stained Tails card, excluding itself and place a Tainted counter. Um, when a Tainted counter is placed on him, the level 4 monster, you can tribute it and special summon one Stained Tails monster from deck or extra deck, ignoring summoning conditions. The main one is summoning out the Link 2 at the moment, but there will be other monsters in the deck, so it'll allow you to summon out other cards. But this one, it's mainly for summoning the one from the extra deck, the Link 2 monster, because this is going to be like the main card that stays on the field the most at the moment. At least that's how I'm trying to get it to work. But as I said, still working on it. Um, if you have a look at like my previous notes, we do have other monsters like any of the character cards. So, for example, like in Hansel Gretel, the twins as well as the Greedy Witch would be monsters. But as I said, I don't want to have too many cards for each one. At the moment, we've got like four-ish for each. But I'm probably gonna limit it to like the main plot points, if you know what I mean. Especially if they're gonna work on the whole like counters and stuff. We don't want too many cards on the field. We don't want to get stuck with like four continuous cards on the field, all with different counter amounts, So at the moment, we're doing the Poison Apple and the Magic Mirror for Snow White. We've got the free cards for like the non-specific story. We're probably going to be doing two for each, and they're going to be like plot points cards, I think. So, for example, like Cinderella will probably be like the glass slippers, maybe the prince, I don't know. Red Riding Hood will probably be what the wolf hunter or the axe, maybe. But yeah, as I said, I don't want to make too many um cards for the archetype. That's actually another thing I need to look into. It's like text on cards. I need to look what the average character number is for like card effects and stuff, as well as how many cards are normally in an archetype for like, purpose, release. Think of it like a release purpose. It's like, yeah, they might get new support later on, but you also like, for example, like Madolche only has, what was it, a field spell, two continuous spells, and a few traps, for example. The rest are all monsters. It's like we only have like 5 zones of 1,000 traps for this, and then the field spell. It's like we could have two field spells, for example, like, a good library and a bad library, but I think that's a little bit too complicated, so we're just keeping it with one. But so many ideas, you know what I mean? But yeah, we're currently working on the artwork though. It's, one of the things that's a little bit more exciting than coming up with effects. But of course, if anyone has any examples, yeah. At the moment, we've only got one monster. Well, technically two if we include the link, like written down at the moment. But yeah, at the moment, the way I'm looking at it is like the main level 4 monsters, kind of like Alistair in a way. Um, except Alistair, fuses up into these different monsters and stuff, while this monster just goes into the Link 2 or into something else. As I said, it's like good and bad endings at the moment, but yeah, stuff to consider if you know what I mean. But yeah, as I said, we're currently working on the Magic Mirror artwork at the moment. We're doing the coloring at the moment. We'll do the shading afterwards, but we're working on the snakes, as you can see. I think they're looking okay at the moment. I'm hoping that when we add like proper like light and darkness shading into it, probably just the shadow shading and stuff, it will make it a little bit more nicer, but I don't know. But yeah. How are we doing for time, mind you? I keep on losing track. Oh, we've just gone past 2 hours. Okay. But yeah, I did think about I'm trying to remember. I think is it on my other page? What's that? No. Having a monster that can summon it itself from hand might be interesting though. I'm trying to think what are other like what's the word I'm looking for? Like a library has a librarian, for example. What are other jobs that are associated with a library that are like main jobs? Because we got a librarian. It then turns into the archiver. Um, what other jobs? Hmm. I don't know. That's something to consider. If we wanted to have like, it's whether we want more monsters for like like I said, we got the ones that are related to the stories, and then the ones related to the where it's looked after type thing. Hmm, it's definitely something to consider. Maybe having a monster, because I know like another archetype I was looking at was like, was it? What was that time one? Time shifter? Mhm. The level 4 ones are like time thieves or something. I can't even remember now. Oh dear. Losing track now. Let's layers. We'll have to fix the head with this one. So the tail end one will work, but oh, no, this one's actually really different. I thought, unless it's a copy of the top one. One sec. Okay, I thought I copied and pasted these two, but that one matches the bottom one more. Okay. Strange. But if I copied and pasted it, I must have edited it more than I thought I did. Yeah, I must have. Oh, that's a pain. I was hoping this would be quick and easy, copy and paste it type stuff, but no, it's just slightly more different than I thought it was. Oh well. Okay, let me hide snakes 1 and 2. I think this gets rotated, looks like. Okay. Yeah, looks like we're gonna have to fix this up a little bit more than I thought. Hey, what's up? How are you? I hope you're having a great day today. Currently working on we call it doing the coloring part, I guess you could say, of this artwork. Just bring back snakes 1 and 2. 1 and 2 are done. Just trying to do the next one along. But yeah, how are you? I hope you're having a great day today. hmm Currently dealing with the snakes. As I feel like what was it? The snakes and the wall are going to be one of the harder ones since they're very textured. Oh god, yeah. Oh, I hope your work continues to go okay. Goodness me. I'm sure you can power through it. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna have to fix the alignment here a little bit. Yeah, I didn't realize it was that different because I copied and pasted the snakes, and I'm pretty sure that was the first one I started with. I then copied it up to this one, I'm pretty sure. I don't even know anymore. I don't even know anymore. I obviously don't remember which snake I started with, and all I know is that it's way more annoying for the colouring part now. I can still copy and paste it, but to move this a bit. Legs are dying on me. Still working okay? Seems to be. But yeah, we're currently working on the colouring portion. I guess a little bit of the shading, but this one's going to be more painful to do, I think. It's like perfect in bits, but not in others. So this is going to be fun. We fill the gaps in first, hopefully. That'll be fine. Yeah, so far so good. Also been chatting with chat about the different card effects I've came up with. So far for the archetype. We've so I think it was during last stream we came up with the idea of using counters for the card effects. So basically, as I said, this is the archetype's name is called Stained Tails. And then basically you'll use tainted counters on the cards. And basically the more tainted counters on a card would show how stained slash tainted the story becomes. It's kind of like the idea behind it. And so we're going to give the cards like effects based on the amount of counters on. So far, that's just caused some problems with cards. So, for example, most of the cards on the field would have to be continuous spells, continuous or stay on the field cards, if you know what I mean. Um, So, for example, like I've made one continuous spell, and basically every time a counter gets put on, it will trigger an effect based on the amount of counters that are already on the card. So, let's say it has 0 counters. You put a counter on, it goes up to 1. It will then trigger the effect of the full 1 counter effect, basically. Um, and so far, we have was it? I think we got 2 spells, one continue, no, 3 spells, and 2 monsters written up so far. So we have like a continuous spell. We've got the one we're doing the artwork for at the moment, which is the quick play spell, which is going to be interesting. I've written it so it checks another card for tainted counters, which I think will work fine. And then we have the field spell, which is kind of like a neutral one, which is kind of like the library that stores the tainted tails, but stained tails, basically. And yeah, and then two monsters, which are like the monsters that run the library. But yeah, still working on it. Ah, got ya. Power through it. Hopefully it goes well. We're working on the third snake over here, so we're slowly getting there. Ah, dear. So we do. Pretty sure that one was the main one. Don't know why the arrows disappeared. Maybe I put it on the wrong layer or something. It wouldn't surprise me. Ugh, one of those annoying things. Problem with all of this is joining it up with this and then hoping that we can do the other side. Yeah, the mirror and the person in the artwork, the Wicked Queen, are going to be the main standout points. So I'm hoping and praying that this looks okay. Okay, that's the wrong color. With the green. If so, that means I used the green for two different things, which is definitely just on my part. Yeah, no, that is definitely not right. Okay, we're just gonna have to, as they say, take it from this layer. Yeah, that is wrong. I think I'm using the actual wrong color at this point for the main layer. I've done something weird. I've done something very weird. Ugh. How on earth am I getting this mixed up? Okay, one sec. Got a feeling the arrow's on one of these layers, right? Okay, that's the main color of the body. So I did the wrong body color, so that one's there. So damn it. Breaking stuff. There you go. Panic that I didn't have the right layer up. But yeah, so far so good, I think. Just getting the colors mixed up a little bit for the snake. Of course, we're going to be adding a little bit of shading at the end. Okay, and then it's just time for the scales and then the lighting. Hmm. I mean, I think it's looking okay. I'm hoping like as we keep on adding like layers to it, it will start looking better and better and better, if you know what I mean. You have to take the previous layers off. So Daisy, wrong way. I always hate it when it does that. So just because I remove a layer doesn't mean I want to like start drawing on that same layer. So I'm doing it the wrong way. One sec. Yeah, I'm doing it the wrong way. Yay! So it starts ahead. It's like it would have been the right way if I was doing it the same when I was fixing the other snake up a minute ago, but anyway, I hope everyone's having a great day so far today. So far, my day's been fairly good. The only issue is that the British weather that I hate, the hot weather, is returning. Which it's typical because, of course, it's my birthday subathon next week. Of course, it's going to return in time for that. Isn't that how awful weather, always is? It always picks the worst time. But yeah, I just hope I can survive it this time. And that one, it's not during my actual birthday subathon. Oh, I'd be so annoyed. If the hot weather returns just for the birthday subathon week, I'd be really annoyed. Because I don't mind hot weather. The problem is when hot weather is when I'm streaming, because laptop gets hot. I have to keep my door closed during streaming, which makes the room hotter, which makes everything else hotter. And then next thing I know, I have the problem which happened to my TV years ago happen, which I obviously don't want to happen again. There you go. We got that worked. There you go. Another snake done. Now that is snake number 3. Now, I think this top one is a reverse of the one here, so we'll need snake 1 again. Duplicate snake 1. Move that to the top. And layers. Flip. Again, it's the same but different. Ugh, typical. Okay. Let's try and line this up as best as we can so we don't have to, like, do as much. Okay, let's get rid of this one temporarily. Place. Oops, I'm on the wrong layer. Ah, crumbs. Cut. No, damn it. I looped it, but then the loop disappeared. My goodness. Okay. Cut. Paste. Dear me. So I got that one. We need an underlayer again. Go. So we just need to fill in the gaps and then delete the overlap. We're gonna have to fix the tail properly on this one, it looks like. So I need. Um, actually, how did it get there? Should be able. What's today? Is it? Should be able to move this up, right? Oh, I'm on the wrong down there again. Where's there it is. This be able to move that like that. Saves me a bit of work. Okay. Delete a bit. Clean up the edges a bit. Hmm. Jeez, what layer is that on? I have to fix that, whatever that layer is on. I always hate going over the line just slightly. Ah, dear me. Oh, dear me. Slowly getting there. Okay, so we've got that. So, say somewhere like there for cutoff. Okay, okay. Oh man. Positioned okay. Just having a stretch. That's the one thing when it comes to doing this type of stream. I have to lean over quite a bit to get and draw. Okay, so here's the base layer, going down with a bit extra. There's that. Anyway, what do you guys think? How's it looking so far? Because slowly, almost finished the last snake, so I'm hoping it's looking okay. Mm, maybe at the edges again. I'll fix that on the proper layer. Okay, so we got that. We just need to do the scales. Get rid of this layer. So, it's the M36. Also, I've enjoyed drawing, like coloring in the snake. Scales, I mean, I could have gone a little bit more detail into the scales, I guess, but it's not the easiest thing to do. Plus, in a way, it makes it look a little bit more random and symmetrical. And even though this is meant to be like a fake snake in a way, but still. Yeah. Okay, put that back. And then on 35, we have the light layer. So we need it's about 15. Okay. Snake number 4 is done. I think that came out okay. We just need to put that little bit in. Okay, so that's what the magic mirror is looking like so far. Still need to work out what to put in the magic mirror, mind you, but still. I think it's looking okay so far. Oh man. Okay, what to work on next? Probably the wall, maybe? I don't know. No, probably the wall next. This one will hopefully be a little easier because we do have like specific blocks. Like, for example, what was it? This one here is the same as this one here, for example. That's the same with this one here, I think. So hopefully this will be a bit easier. But yeah, the wall is going to be interesting because I want it to be kind of like, whoopsie daisy, I just pressed the wrong button. What did I press? I do not want to print, jeez. Oh man. Yeah, we're gonna try and if we can get the wall done today, that'd be good. I think. Push it to like 3 hours plus, I think. But yeah, for the wall, we're gonna go. Where's my palette layer gone? Okay, here we go. So for the wall, we're gonna go like a grey color, like concrete. So to give it texture, so we're gonna. Whoops, that's. So we're gonna use this color, and then it's gonna be a nice grey. And then I found in the effects option, there's one that makes it go add a little bit of extra contrast in. So I'm hoping that will work with it. But we'll have to see, we'll have to see. I need to hope that I remember which one it is too. So, so the grey is so light grey is gonna be our main color. Ooh, okay, one sec. That is the wrong layer. We need to make sure it's below the wall. I think it must be. There's the mirror. Brick used. Okay, here we go. This should be it. There we go. Oh dear me. Probably actually, let's do it as a block, and then we could just copy and paste, and then remove the outlines. That would probably work, right? Whoops, that is not a square tool. That's not. So, hoping. So this one's gonna take a while, I think. Might actually just lose. No dot. I'm gonna be adding dots to it to try and make it textured. It's going to another. Can I see that? They're definitely there, but it's not as contrasty. Okay. It's one sec. Right, yeah, I can actually see what I'm doing. So there's a better way to do this, but just have to go random route, just tipping the screen over and over again, and have to get rid of any lines that are made. Yeah. How are you? I hope you're having a great day today. Ooh. Trying out a few more. Probably where the cracks are, maybe. Anyway, I hope your day's been good. Also got some dark places. Oh, good. Ooh, do tell, do tell. What amazing card did you pull? Because I think there are a few, what was it, full art cards, I think, in that set. Or what are they called? They're extended art cards, aren't they? That's the official term. And all sorts. My day's been good so far. Nice chill morning. Slowly heating up because UK weather's slowly turning back, if you know what I mean. But yeah, it's been enjoyable so far. We've been working on a card artwork, as you can tell. All I can do is clap. Well done. I've still yet to pull an extended art card, but then again, I don't buy booster boxes often, so I'd have to hard pull it out of a random pack, you know? But well done. Oh man. I just hope when I get one, it's a good one, if I do get one. Like, like if I got to pick which extended art I got, I would love to get like Zark or the other one. I got yeah. Interesting. You only recently started. Well, welcome to the game. Yeah, unfortunately for me, I've been playing the game for way too long. Oh man. But yeah, it's been a while since I pulled anything good. The last card I got that was like really, really good was I think last year or the year before. I got a Mulchami Prulia quarter century out of a box. Yeah, I believe so, yeah. Yeah, same here. I wouldn't have gotten into, well, anime helped me get into it, if you know what I mean. And then, of course, a friend of mine used to collect the cards. Then we found out there was a locals, and then it's history, you know. Oh man, but yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh is the card game I've lasted the longest in. Even though I did have to, take a bit of a break during COVID because there was no locals or anything to go to during it. But yeah, so far recently I bought a few packs of that set, but not many. Ooh, yeah. Yeah. I said you got the chase card. I try my best not to look up card prices because my God. But if you pulled it, now that, yeah. Oh man. Okay, I'm gonna increase this to 2 and then increase that down. But yeah. We're currently working on creating my own Yu-Gi-Oh archetype at the moment. It's one of those things, I've been playing the game for so long. You would like to think I'd be able to create some Yu-Gi-Oh cards with okay-ish effects. And because of that, I'm also doing the artwork for it. I do wonder though how like one becomes like, you know, who makes the cards behind scenes at Konami and stuff like that. Oh yeah. I said, you know, it's one of those games that, if you've been playing it through the whole of it, you're fine. But if you're coming back from like, like the beginning, anything from like, 5D Zexal, like I don't even know what to say. It's just one of those ones where it's easier if you've been playing it continuously, but as soon as you come back in, it's definitely more difficult. But yeah. At least they haven't added anything recently confusing. Like the main problem Yu-Gi-Oh has at the moment is what was it? They keep on like reinventing like stuff. Like a good example is like synchros used to just be on field, you know? You have a tuner on field, you have a monster on field, you synchro them together and they work. But now it's they keep on adding stuff like Cool Tune, which is like you can synchro a monster from hand, which used to be a rare like one card could do it thing, but now it's like hold on, do it. I don't even know. Oh, that's a pain. Master Duel is probably the easiest way to get back into Yu-Gi-Oh, along with Duel Links, I would say. Yeah, yeah. I mean, most decks these days, you're going to be there waiting for 10 minutes if you don't stop them. It's like you look at your hand, like you'll go first or second. Most people go first these days because it's the whole thing is like setting up a field to stop the opponent basically from doing anything. But yeah, it's painful. It's painful. Man. As I said, I've been playing long enough to know the power of it. And honestly, even I like find things that I didn't know. Like, for example, the other week I found out that cards that have removed from the field effects don't activate if they're sent back to the extra deck. I didn't fully realize it, and I got, it's one of those things where, oh, I now know properly. And then I tried to summon a monster, which says that it has an extra effect if you use an extra deck monster, but unfortunately, my monster didn't count, so it didn't use the effect. And the only reason I think is because it remembered it was special summoned, but not that it was special summoned from the extra deck. Ugh, Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh yeah, yeah, I got yeah. It makes it a bit inconsistent on whether you can go or not, especially if you have to be ready for another work shift and stuff. Yeah. Luckily, my locals are pretty much on the same day at the same time every single time, and they do like midweek ones every so often. So yeah, yeah. Anyway, I'm currently working on a card. I can zoom out a bit. We're working on like the background of it at the moment. The archetype I'm working on, which is one that I've created, is called Stain Tales, and it's basically fairy tales with bad endings. At the moment, we're doing the card that I have named Stain Tales of the Magic Mirror, and we're currently coloring it at the moment, but I'm trying to get some texture in so it doesn't look flat. Yeah, same, same. I mainly use YouTube videos for that, especially for like the main core decks. You can get an idea of what you want from looking at YouTube videos and stuff. But yeah, it's difficult. So, I said, this is something I'm working on. So, a second, forget about that. So this is the card effect. So all the same Tails cards are going to work around something called tainted counters. So kind of like spell counters, except slightly different. And this card will be a quick play spell where it targets a Steam Tails card with tainted counters. Then you may activate the corresponding effect based on the number of tainted counters on that card. So kind of like mirroring the cards and stuff. If there's only one counter, then it can place or remove a tail counter from another card. If it has two, you can add a Stain Tails card from deck to hand. If there's 3+, until the end phase of the turn, your opponent can't target Stain Tails cards with card effects. And then it's a hard once per turn. So you can only use this card effect once per turn. So that's what I've got so far for this card. It's still up in the air, mind you, because this is it's kind of like a fun activity of making Yu-Gi-Oh cards and stuff. Oh man. But the idea is it's a quick play because of the fact that you can like, add a card or make your cards unaffected. So you can either use it to like continue a combo or you can hold on to it to stop the opponent from get rid of your own cards type thing, protect them from that. That's kind of like the idea behind this one. So far, we've got up to 4 on some of the cards. Some of them I haven't done the artwork for. So, for example, the field spell does up to 4. But basically, yeah, we got like the generic ones, like the field spell, monster, and link are going to be just generic Stained Tails cards. While, for example, this one, which I've already done, that needs improving slightly, and then this one we're working on are based on Snow White. Um, the idea is like stories with bad endings. So instead of having the original ending, it'll have a different ending. And that's why they have the tainted counters, because it shows how tainted the card is in a way. But yeah, that's kind of like the idea behind it. But as said, it's still up in the air on some of the stuff because it's still in development. Honestly, I'm doing this mainly as a mixture of a thought exercise as well as like trying to understand Yu-Gi-Oh more. Because creating your own card effects, it's like one, most cards have very similar wording when it comes to like, target, graveyard being GY and stuff like that, and how they're worded and stuff like that. But also it's like evening out the card. Like I don't want a card to be too broken, but we also want the effect to make sense. So for example, with this magic mirror one, it looks at another card and then copies how many. It looks at like how many counters are on it and then makes an effect based on that. And the idea is it's a mirror, reflection, multiple copy, and stuff like that for like ideas behind the effect. This is what I've got so far. I could go a different route with it, but as said, it's up in the air. That would be funny. Honestly, there's only one card currently out like that, and it's technically two. There's one card that makes you play rock, paper, scissors with the opponent. I can't remember the name. All I remember is it's like a gadget card, and it makes you play rock, paper, scissors. And then there's the Yu-Gi-Oh friendship ones where you can force the opponent to shake your hand, which was funny. You just have to say if you accept it or not to actually do it, but still, it's a funny one. I think they're the only two instances that do it. Yeah, the one that makes you shake hands, yeah. But yeah, it's funny. Some funny cards, eh? Funny cards. But yeah, we're working on this one at the moment. We're trying to give it texture because it's supposed to be a wall for this thing, but we've done like the mirror part, as you can see here, which I think's looking okay. We still need to add a bit of shadows to it. The shading I think is fine. It's just adding shadows and like proper highlights to it, which we'll be doing at the end. But yeah, it's adding like texture, but also making it like not stand out or look. What's the word I'm looking for? Too symmetrical in a way. Oh, man. Hmm, I'll note that down. I'm taking anyone who has like suggestions for effects, I'm adding it to like a page. Because you never know with this stuff. The problem is, hand looking is in a bit of a controversy at the moment with Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't know if you know. Hand looking at your opponent's hand is in a bit of controversy at the moment because of one of the most broken decks at the moment in the format. And for example, there was another card that did the same thing but less powerful, and it got banned in the last ban list. It's like one got banned, the other one's still legal. The problem is this deck I'm talking about looks at your opponent's hand, doesn't do anything. It looks at the opponent's hand and then it adds a card. But the problem is there's another card in the archetype which allows you to stack the opponent's deck. So the opponent basically gets to look at your hand, see what you have, so you can play around any hand traps and Nibiru's, and then stacks your deck so you can't draw a card that you need. And that's the reason why there's a bit of outrage behind it, because those two cards are fine. But the card that just checks your opponent hand isn't. In a different deck, mind you, because there's two. Ah, yeah, you're new to the game, yeah. Or new returning to the game. Um, I don't know when you left the game, but the earliest hand traps I can think of are like DD Crow and Effect Veiler. Basically, it's a monster with a discard effect in your hand, which allows you to do something. Um, for example, Effect Veiler says you can discard it, target a monster on the field, and negate its effects. Yeah, during GX. So yeah, that's really early on. I think DD Crow is probably the earliest they added. I'm trying to think. Uh, so I think another example would be Karibo. Karibo from Cherry Blossom is a hand trap. Original Karibo is technically a hand trap, I believe, because it discards to negate damage. I think. Trying to remember. Maxi is a hand trap, but it's more of a most hand trap ones are ones that negate the opponent's effects. So, for example, Imperm, Effect Veiler, Ash Blossom, uh, and stuff like that. Technically, it is a hand trap, but the trap portion of the card, which knowing the fact it is a fan name too, is when it's like kind of like compulse. When you use a trap card in response. Yeah, so basically, hand trap mainly relates to like Effect Veiler, Ash Blossom, Ghost Foul, stuff like that that negate or counter an opponent's effects, I believe. So, like for example, Kruber has a similar effect. Maxi, Fluoses, they activate in hand, but I don't know if they're counted as hand traps because they don't respond to the opponent. I'd have to look up the official definition of hand trap, honestly. But yeah, it's confusing because hand trap's technically a fan made term anyway. So, but yeah, either way, hand trap. It's like you either go first and get a board out, or you go second and hand trap the opponent to death. If you know what I mean. The problem is, oh yeah, Drawn Lockbird's also another one, which is pretty strong hand trap. But yeah, the main problem with it is the fact that most decks can play through hand traps these days, which is why a lot of players, especially on Master Duel, want to go first. Oh yeah. Yeah. So much for set a card and pass, if you know what I mean. Although that still happens if you break. Oh, isn't it fun? Yu-Gi-Oh is fun. As said, I welcome in anyone who returns to Yu-Gi-Oh, but it is definitely a difficult game to get back into, not just for returning players, but for new players as well. It's just one of those ones it's a bit more of a complicated game to get back into. Too many what's the word I'm looking for? Mechanics. Oh yeah. I don't know if you've seen this one, but there was a really fun duel at Nationals a couple of years back. Um, if you type in like Exodia Nationals, you should be able to find it. But basically, someone called Jeff was at the live stream table and he was running a
Welcome
build of
Blacktick to the
Exodia
Eternal.
and he Exodia'd his opponent twice against a meta deck, mind you. It was really interesting. A very fun duel to the point where the crowd was cheering one more piece, one more piece. Yeah. He's like one of the older players for nationals and stuff. Really good duel if you haven't seen it. Yeah, sadly, I think he lost every game past that point, but honestly, just the fact he managed to Exodia, like one of the best decks in the format at that time. But yeah, he's a really good player. He plays like the more non-meta decks, basically. Exodia is a good example. He likes what's the word? Counter decks. He was pretty big when what was it? Um I've forgotten the name of the card. It was a field spell that was really broken. I've forgotten the name. Damn it. It's gone. But yeah, there was a really broken field spell. Oh, yeah. There are a few of those. You don't really see them that much because they're quite inconsistent, but there are a few zero turn combos out there. Also, thank you for the follow. It was mid sentence. But yeah, it's I don't watch nationals very often, but when I do, it's normally because of like a fun duel like that. Yeah, it's mainly the fun duels like that Exodia deck. Man, pretty good. It's like you could see the despair on the opponent's face, especially in game three, because I think the opponent went first in game 3 and he just bricked really badly, couldn't do anything. And then he had to deal the full wrath of Exodia afterwards. Oh, yeah, 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 I got you there. Some of the OG artworks are so good. They even made an archetype called Memento, I believe. I think it's Memento. Um, which are basically retrains of some of the normal monsters, including I think 2 normal monsters that never got printed in English. It's a really interesting archetype. I think it was Memento. Let me search it up. I want to make sure I give you the right info with this one. Yeah, it was like the normal monsters. So you had like the little fairy key. What was it? The Attic Karibo card. A few others. Yeah, it has a fusion. I think it has like 2 fusions as well as a 5k destruction everything. Honestly, that 5k card, 5,000 attack card is evil. Yeah, 2 fusions. Yeah, the 5k attack card is evil. If it's the only card on the field, it can attack every card your opponent controls. Why? I don't know. It just broke him, man. But I do love how they just brought an art, like, they made an archetype out of old normal monsters. If let me search it up. It is called. I'm gonna have to spell it out. One sec, because I do not know how to pronounce this. Let me put it in chat. Memento Tecuht combined creation. I think I've spelled it right. It has 5k attack. Cannot be normal summon in this deck. Must be special summon from your hand or grave by shuffling 5 other memento monsters with different names. If while you control no other monsters, this card can attack all monsters your opponent control once each. Once per turn, if your opponent activates a card or effect, you can special summon 1 memento from hand or grave. Yeah. Oh man, but yeah, it's pretty powerful, and I actually got obliterated once by it. I mean, it just takes 1 card, you know what I mean? 1 card to ruin your day, whether it's Dark Ruler No More, a giant attacking card, or what? But yeah, you managed to get a really good one though. Yeah, I might be getting a booster box at some point soon. And honestly, it might be the same one that you bought from because there are cards from there that I am needing, but I don't know. One of those things. It's like if I do buy a booster box, I have to make sure one, it's on the cheaper side, on offer, which I think there's what was it, a Black Friday coming up soon, so I might wait till then before I get anything. And then hope and pray for something good. Oh, I know. It depends on whether or not it's going to be a collection piece or something you want to sell in future. All I know is that graded cards are in a bit of a 50-50 state these days, especially in the Pokemon scene. It's like you could have it graded and then, damaged during grading. Like, plus, I will say this, with how expensive that card is, you'd definitely be paying for extra money on top of it because they don't, for some reason, like the main grading company are like, If it's an expensive card, you have to pay us more to grade it, type thing. So, I've never graded anything myself, but yeah, it's honestly just make sure to keep it in like a top loader type thing, like triple sleeved, I don't know. But yeah, and if it's that expensive now, imagine it in future when they stop printing the set. It's definitely a card that you should probably keep hold of for a good while, unless, you know. hmm Yeah, it's best to get all the knowledge you can in relation to grading a card. You want to make sure, especially if you go through like a middleman as well, it will like cost probably a bit extra as well. I don't know. I said I've never had a card graded. I have considered it, but then I saw some of the horror stories, and I'm like, yeah, no. Yeah. I think that's looking okay at the moment. I know. Oh, one of those things. Oh, God. So I got so far. I'm hoping I could just copy and paste to try and get these to work. Change it up a little bit. Like the bits here where I don't need any of these. Uh, I mean, isn't that how it is? You don't expect to pull one until you pull one. I said the last time I pulled a big one was Mulchami Fluos, which was a quarter century one card from like a year or two ago. When I pulled it, I was like, "Whoa!" Ironically, it was also on stream as well. I was opening a box on stream, and I just pulled that, and chat went wild, and I'm just like, "God damn!" Birthday luck for that one. But yeah, no, my luck's been awful recently. The new set, the Chaos set that came out, I actually bought 5 packs of that and got all supers, so my luck is pretty much non-existent. Molchani Fluo, not Fluos, Prulia, my goodness, what am I saying? It's the jellyfish one. Let me write the name out. Saying the wrong card name. How do you spell it? Waiting for Neuron to load. It was Molchami Prulia. Yeah, quarter century of that one. Came out in Infinite Forbidden. Probably one of my favorite cards I pulled in more recent times, if you know what I mean. But yeah, It's definitely one of my more favorite cards I own, and I still use it from time to time. But it was in a quarter century rarity. Nice. Yeah, yeah. It's like you're not guaranteed anything. I think quarter century sash, what are they called now? Starlights are like 1 to 2 per case. That's like 12 boxes. So it's like a one in, what was it? One, I think it's like a 2 in 12 type thing. Especially when it came to the quarter centuries. I think it was 2 per case. Yeah, it's the first maxi type card that they brought out. The Mulchami is a small archetype of card similar to Maxi, except weaker. You'll definitely see people playing the other one called Mulchami Fluos. But yeah, they're basically a similar version of Maxi, just not as powerful since Maxi is banned in the TCG. And probably will be banned in the OCG too. I think it's down to one. Yeah, they got printed quite well. You can get like quarter century ones from like the tins, as well as I'm trying to remember. I think you can get them out of one of the rarity packs too. It's quite common. Trying to remember, but yeah, it's makes it complicated for like rarity grading because sometimes the card's really rare. Yeah, that one was from Infinite Forbidden, which is where the Exodia support came out. Mm. Yeah, whenever I buy booster boxes, I only ever get one. Booster boxes are expensive. Plus, the set has to have stuff that I really want in. Like, the only set at the moment that I think actually has stuff I'm interested in that I still haven't picked up is the one that you got from the Glorious Days one, I think. Oh yeah, that'll be cool. I think I've got like, what is it, the Lego arm in quarter century from a tin. It's one of those things where you would want it, but you'd never use it as such, you know? Although saying that, oh man, that gave me an idea. One of the new archetypes that came out is called Clown Crew, and it draws tons of cards as part of its like main gimmick. Clown Crew Exodia, come on. Nice, nice. It's always good when you can get booster boxes on offer. Yeah, as said, I'm probably going to wait till the next Black. I think Black Friday's coming out next week, just in time for my birthday, mind you. So I might see if I can get a booster box then. So I do enjoy booster box opening and stuff. They're just a bit more annoying to do, to buy and stuff like that. I was not looking for like a distance thing. Like, I think that's okay. Of course, what is it? The main wall is going to be a lighter color for the grout. I have no clue. I saw an ad for Black Friday being next week, so I don't know anymore. Because I think there's 2 Black Fridays or something now. Honestly, it's not even a Black Friday, it's a Black Friday week or something half the time. I don't even know anymore when it comes to it. My brain melts when it comes to like Black Friday stuff because it isn't even a Black Friday anymore because it happens on multiple days. Even like Amazon does like a pre-run up to it. Let's have a look. Yeah, it says it's November, but don't know. Thought I saw an ad for one on a different site. Random YouTube ad pop-ups. I don't even know. Either way. Yeah. All I know is that my brain melts when it ain't, it's multiple days. It's not even a Friday anymore. It's multiple days. I really don't know. I don't know anymore. My memory is one thing. It's like I definitely saw it because I remembered it, but I can't even remember what company it was for. All I know is it one of those ads you see on YouTube. So it's like a video ad that you get like the top of your featured page. So I didn't even click it nor look at it. It was just a look and gone type thing as I was browsing YouTube. Oh dear. Yeah, I got you on that one. Dear. Ah, you got premium. Nice. Nice for some. I don't have to deal with it. I don't mind the ads. The only ads I hate are the ones where you have a skip button, but then you don't like fully realize the ad has started, and next thing you know, it's like like a 1 hour ad randomly that you've got a skip button for, but you don't realize that ads happened. Like, especially when because I sometimes listen to like videos when I'm going to sleep, and then that will just start, and I'm just like, ah. I don't know what it is. Those ads are evil. The 1 hour ads for no good reason. Chick, chick, been a while. How are you? Hope you're having a great day today. Yeah, yeah, I got yeah. Surviving. The hot weather might be coming back with the UK, so it's not too bad today. But oh man, it's came back in time for my birthday subathon next week. I hate it. uh, it's like it's good washing weather. You can get some nice clothes drying, gardening done, but it's not going to get as hot as last time, mind you. Last time we had a red alert. Apparently, it was yellow, now amber. Yeah. Until you realize that you're 1 year older and you're wondering where the time's gone. But yeah, that's next week. I'll be doing a 1 week subathon from the 13th. No, no, nah. It's the reason why I'm a VTuber. No face reveal ever. Hand reveal, maybe, I've already done one, technically speaking, for the last time I opened the booster box, but yeah, either way, I'm still planning for it. I know, but like some VTubers do face reveal and some don't. No. But yeah, some people do face reveal, others don't. For me, I'm mainly a VTuber for the security of it, which honestly, with how the UK's going, I don't know how long that's gonna last. I mean, they're trying to ban VPNs at this point. Like, I don't know what's wrong with the UK government. I think some of them got brain cooked during the last heat wave or something. Oh man, but yeah, I don't know what it is. The UK government at the moment is being a pain. Honestly, at this point, I want Count Binface to run for office at this point, literally. Oh man. Yeah, I mean, we've just recently had an MP switch. I mean, wow, not really. What is it? Our Prime Minister's leaving. I think. What was his name? Starmer or something. And then I don't even know who's replacing him at this point. But on exit, he was like, "Oh, the world's a better place now," even though he was forced to leave by his own group. That or the Fox. There was a Fox at the last one of those big elections, wasn't there? Honestly, any one of those ones would do at this point. I don't know what's going on with the world. Oh, man. 2 years, 10 months, and 26 days, and 21 hours. Definitely a long time. I mean, what will it be? 4 year anniversary in November, I think? Yeah, 4 year anniversary, I think, in November. Yeah, I said I don't know where the time's gone, and I've been worse enough. I've been unemployed the entire time. Oh man, still job searching and surviving off streaming. Dear me. Yeah, I'm trying to get into the IT industry is difficult. Like I've done things to try and help with it and things like that, and I did have an opportunity a while back, but I replied too slowly. I hate it. I hate it. Oh, man. But yeah, it's trying to get a job while, like, for example, I was learning to drive, but stopped. And it's like most companies require a driving license slash, proper like pass test type stuff. And then the other thing is like trying to keep it local to me. As said, I would have to use like public transport if it is something. But at the same time, like, most like IT type companies these days do work from home. But as said, it's one of those things. I'm just getting unlucky when it comes to it, I think. It's like I don't get in. It's like I either get an interview or I don't. And I either fail and normally I fail the interview part, but yeah. As said, I am trying, but the streaming portion is what keeps me sane. The gaming part of life keeps me sane through it, if you know what I mean. But yeah, I will say this though, it didn't help having that 2 yearish gap of trying to find a job during COVID. It didn't help, especially in IT, where IT and technologies kind of like continue developing and evolving. It meant that I had to try and catch up with stuff too, so it's not easy. All I can say is hopefully I'm still working on it and I have sent stuff out, so hopefully I can get something soon. Yeah. Honestly, I don't know. I mean, dyslexia doesn't help and stuff like that. Dude, let's cover that one. But yeah, no, let's see. Let me, one sec, back that up. Need to do some new layer. Yeah. Problem is, it's like a certain area of IT I'm trying to get into. Yeah, I do. They put up with me. They put up with me. Oh man, I'm probably gonna have to owe back stuff on it. But yeah. But yeah, it's one of those things. I am trying. I have been putting out things. It's mainly the area of IT I'm trying to get into. I'm trying to get into cybersecurity. But the problem is, cybersecurity, even though it's an open market, they want cybersecurity experts, but they also want 3 years of experience. And you know what I can't get very easily? Experience, because, I did like college and uni and stuff. I can't do any apprenticeships. Missed out on the graduation window to a certain extent because of COVID. And next thing you know, I'm in limbo. Yeah. I said I have been doing stuff. I've been going to DEF CON, which is kind of like a cybersecurity meetup. I've been going to different cybersecurity things. Um, I got the help of a company, which I'm on a list. So hopefully, I'm on a list where companies can look at me, look at my skills, I should say, and hopefully email me saying they're interested. The problem is I've only had one so far, one that was set in London, which is like 3 hours away, 2 to 3 hours away, and I replied too slowly. So I know I don't even get me with AI. Cyber security, like AI, privacy. I don't know where it is in this world anymore. But yeah, hopefully, I'm hoping like to get a job before the end of the year. I'm hoping. I'm crossing fingers. I'm trying. But yeah, cybersecurity is the area I want to get into. That I said the main problem is the fact that you need like 3 years of experience, which I don't have from different things. So I'm crossing fingers on many other aspects. I've copied the wrong area. Maybe, honestly, I don't know at this point. That said, I've tried to go all in like that area. I haven't even had like a main local job because of it. Because I wanted to go straight in and not lose out. But yeah. Either way, True Magic asked what I was doing. Let's get onto something a bit more on topic with stream. Man. But yeah, hopefully I can get something as sooner rather than later, as they say, right, guys? Anyway, we're working on a Yu-Gi-Oh archetype at the moment, too, Magic. Let me bring up the details. As said, this stuff is what makes me sane while job searching. So, we're trying to create a Yu-Gi-Oh archetype. So, the archetype we have made is called Stained Tales. Basically, stories, fairy tales with bad endings. I took inspiration from an anime I saw a while back called Bungo to Alchemist. It's a really good one. Would recommend it to anyone, especially those who have watched Bungo Stray Dogs and stuff. It's a very similar concept to it. Really good. Apparently it has like a game. It's like an anime based on a game, but I don't know if the game's still around or not. And I haven't played it either, but it's a good one. But I took inspiration from that. Um yeah, so basically we're working on the archetype for this. We came up with different names a while back just before we started this series. Um So all the cards will have the moniker of Stained Tales in it, kind of like Fairy Tale and other archetype names. That is the main archetype name. Um, we've done two artworks so far. We've done Stained Tales of the Poison Apple, which is Snow White, and Stained Tales of the Magic Mirror, which is the one we're working at the moment. And I have worked out some effects for the cards. I've worked out what the Poison Apple might do. This is the one for like the magic mirror, and then we've got like written down ones from like the field spell and monsters. But it's still a work in progress with it and all that. And yeah, we're currently working on the artwork for the magic mirror at the moment. This is what it's looking like so far. Oh man, but yeah. Let me bring it up. There we go. That's what it's looking like so far. We're doing the coloring portion of it. But yeah. Damn. I will say this though, the relation to the previous one though. As said, like birthday comes round and I'm like, where's the year gone? That's kind of like with every week as well. It's like I plan out my week streams, and next thing I know, it's Sunday again. Hmm. I'll copy that one down too. Yeah, so far, like, we came up with a few different things. I'll show you the main monster. So we have two main monsters so far. One sec. So, which one is it? I think it's this one. Here you go. Here we go. As a note, we don't have any artwork for this one. So we're going to have like the cards that are based on fairy tales. That's one portion of the archetype, and then we're going to have the portion based on like the library and storage of the books. So we got this one, which is Librarian of Sustained Tales. Level 4 light, 18 attack, 2 for what was it, 12 defense. Got that from the history book of what the no, stained as in like you stained like red wine over something. That's how I was like picturing it, like stained as in like tainted. That's why the counters are called tainted and the cards are called stained because I wanted a different ones. Stained tails, yes. I could have gone with the more stained glass route, but that wasn't the idea I had when I thought of the word stained. But it could have been like a extra thing on top of it. But yeah, either or. But yeah, we got the monster details. So level 4 light, 1800 attack and defense. The field spell can summon this guy from deck, basically, on activation. When this card is sorted or special summon, send a Stained Tails card from deck to grave, then target a Stained Tails card on the field, excluding itself, and place a tainted counter on that card. So you can do that on summon. The idea is you use the field spell, add no, field spell, special summon this guy out, and then this guy puts a tainted counter on the field spell or on a different card. Then this card has the effect that when a tainted counter is placed on it, you contribute it and special summon a Stained Tails monster from deck or extra deck, ignoring its summoning conditions. So the idea is mainly for this one to summon the Link monster. If I go down the next page, so this is the Link monster. So the idea is that the librarian is untainted, but as soon as it gains a tainted counter, it becomes tainted as the Link monster, and it becomes the archivist of the Stained Tales. Name to be changed, I don't know. It's a person like, you got the librarian that manages the books. God, what movie he's talking about that? I don't know. So the link to dark, so it changes from light to dark, 1800 attack. So same attack, link to illusion effect instead of spellcaster effect. So we have like its main on field effect, which is twice per turn when your opponent activates a card or effect, you can target Stained Chaos card, place or remove a tainted counter from that card. The idea is that the deck places or removes counters, and then when that happens, the card will trigger an effect off. So for this card, it has 4 different effects, same as the field spell. So when a tainted counter is placed or removed on this card, you may activate the corresponding effect. I'm thinking about whether to not have a 0 counter effect or not. If it gets a 0 counter effect, maybe special summon the original copy back. I don't know. I'm still working it out. But yeah, so the first effect is it adds a Stained Tails card from deck to hand with a different name from the cards you control or engrave. That's mainly just for trying not to make it broken. I think there's a similar wording on like Ice Jade stuff, but it's to try and make the card less broken. If it gets 2 counters on, it target a card on the opponent's field, negate that card's effects till the end of the turn. And then for the 3, target up to 3 Stained Tails cards in the grave, shuffle them back, and then special summon Stained Tails monster from hand or deck. And then 4+, target cards up to the number stayed tail card with tainted counters, destroy the card. So in that wording, let's say you have 3 cards, each has 1 tainted counter on, one with 2. Basically, that's 3 cards with tainted counters on, so you can destroy 3 cards. And then if you have a look here, we've got a price per turn effect. So that's to try and limit the amount. So it can guarantee you 3 of these effects, but not all of them. And like I said, you can place and remove. So, for example, when it's on the field, it'll have 0. If you place one, it'll have the first effect. If you place another one, it gets the second one. If you place a third, you'll get the third one. Or if you remove one, it'll get the first effect again. And that's kind of the way you do it. I'm also thinking about maybe having a card that can add 2 counters as a way to like get the more bigger effects when they don't have as many counters on, but it makes it a bit more complicated. But this monster here is like the main monster so far, the main one that you're going to be keeping on field for the longest. You could call it a boss monster, but of course it doesn't have much attack. It's mainly just for slowing the opponent down at the moment. One of the other cards, the Poison Apple Continuous spell, will actually lower the attack of everything on the opponent's field by 300, attack and defense for every tainted counter. So the more counters you have, the more attack and defense the opponent loses. So, that's one of those things where it's like you don't really need high attack monsters against this deck. Plus, most of these effects you can use during the opponent's turn anyway, so you can like, as long as you place a counter, mind you, or if your opponent activates an effect, you can do it when it comes to like the link 2 and all that. Oh, I got an idea for a trap. Feel free to put it in chat then. But yeah, it's like all the non-themed cards are going to be based on like libraries and stuff. So we've got like, the library itself, the librarian, archivist for like the more secretive area, I guess. I'm not sure if there's any. I'm trying to think if there's any other words of like main terms used for people who work at the library, but that's another thing. If I want to add another monster, it will need to have like a big word. And then, of course, most of the other cards were based on the actual fairy tales being tainted. But yeah, the only problem so far, stained dress, activate during standby phase, flip a coin. If you call it right, choose a monster field. That monster can activate its effects. If you get it wrong, your opponent chooses. If it's a monster on field, ignore the flip. Okay. I'll copy that onto the notes page. See that one. There. Another thing to consider. So far, most of the stuff we've been looking at is like related to the counters. And like I said, I might have one where there's a 0 counter effect on some of them, but I don't know because that feels like it'll make it extra complicated and like I need a -1 from the top. But also, it's like the 0 counter effect is guaranteed not to be the first effect to activate because it needs to place or add one to gain the effect in the first place. So it'll always skip the 0 one, but then you can get it afterwards. So I don't know. I'm a little confused on that bit, but yeah. Either way, stuff to consider. Yeah, I mean, for me, it's more of finding a gimmick. Most decks these days have some sort of gimmick behind them. Whether it's their grave effects, or for example, Cool Toon's main gimmick is synchron with cards from the hand, Um, Crown Crew summon cards from extra deck for free, but you can't use extra deck monsters effects or deck some stuff from the deck, stuff like that. Most have like some sort of gimmick behind them, and for this one, I want the themage of the cards to be the gimmick, if you know what I mean. But yeah, it's hard to know. Anyway, I'm probably gonna have to end stream soon. It's almost at 4 hours. Hey, Mercury. How are you, Mercury? Hopefully you're having a great day today. But yeah, almost 4 hours. I'm probably gonna have to end soon. Just pain, but still. Oh, my goodness. Hey there. Uh, dear me. Right. I'm currently working on the card we were working on last time. Slowly colouring it. I got yeah. Hope work was good for you. Oh man, we're just talking about how I'm still like, how fast time goes and the fact I'm still unemployed. Um, at the moment, all we got for monsters is a level 4 and a link 2. Honestly, it'll probably, I don't know at this point. Like, it might have a little bit of everything, but I'm not sure. It's definitely got a link 2 at the moment. But yeah. Oh, man. Anyway, yeah, let's see if we can finish doing the wall. I don't know if we can or not. I'm just trying to put focus on this a little bit more. But yeah, gonna have to fix some of the edging, I think. But yeah, for this will work. Oh, darn it. Wrong layer. And I've accidentally snipped the top. Whoops. I didn't want to do that. Lovely. And I broke. How did I break the bottom bit too? What the hell? Yeah, I mean, as said, it's hard to know so far. Like, we've got one continuous spell, one quick play spell, which is the card artwork we're working on at the moment. Um, one field spell, one main monster, and then one link monster as a note. Um, but yeah, that's what we've got so far. Like, it feels like we might need another card for like on field and stuff because we've got a few cards that like add counters. Um, one's the quick play, one's the link to, and one's the monster. But like I said, there's some instances where I think might be good to add two counters at the same time. We'll only gain one effect, but two counters at the same time. So it might mean that we need more cards that can provide counters. But yeah, still working on it. As I said, a lot of this is still in the development ideas phase. Like, I'm trying to make them sound officially written, but it doesn't mean that they're gonna work, you know? But yeah, that's why I say if anyone has any ideas, put them forward because they're still trying to work stuff out. Okay. Yeah. I have to clean up some of the edges with these. Yeah. Let's see the wrong layer. You don't have to go around all of these for the outline and stuff. And of course, we don't need any in the mirror portion of it. Hmm. Yeah, because it might be something where there's like one main level 4 monster and then a few other, like, ones that do other things. But yeah, oh, it's good. Yeah, I said, like, the main link can summon another monster from deck. Hey there, how are you? I hope you're having a great day today. Oh. First things first, we can delete most of the stuff in the center. Well, it's doing the outlines. Oh dear me. Gonna rush this a little bit, but hopefully it'll still look okay. I still need to work out what to draw inside the mirror. It's one of those annoying things where it's like, what do you draw? Like, because I know, like, there's a few different faces you could do. Like, I have thought about maybe, like, what is it? Like, some sort of, like, tragedy mask, maybe. Yeah. It looks interesting. Um, yeah. It definitely looks interesting for, like, a card. I've noted it down, so, if I can have a look back at it, and stuff like that. At the moment, like I said, we've got a level 4 monster that goes into the link, and the link can special summon at the moment another monster from deck by shuffling in 3 from grave. So it could be a way to summon another monster out, like a tuner and stuff like that. But yeah, it's trying to work out, like, how else to put this? It's like, when you're a Yu-Gi-Oh player, you work out combos and stuff like that. It's like trying to make cards that have effects that will lead to combos. Because you'd like to think when people create them in like Konami and stuff that they actually consider what the deck actually gets into. Well, most tuners are in that state, for tuners. But yeah, as said, like it's like yeah, it can be a tuner, but in theory, what would it go into if you were to synchro with it? Because that has to be something to consider, you know? Though saying that there are certain decks that don't. I always like the example of Metaphys. Metaphys is one of my favorite older decks that relies on banishing, but the archetype itself started off really tiny. As in, it started off with a single normal monster for its archetype. Then they gained a synchro, and then the main archetype came out afterwards. But ironically, you couldn't even use the synchro at that point because they had a tuner, but they didn't have a level 2 to get into it. And then eventually they made a level 2 what was it? You had the main level 4 tuner, but then they made a level 2 monster, which was a pendulum, so you could finally get into that synchro monster in the end. Well, I mean, some of the ones I've designed are like the Link 2's final effect destroys the opponent's like cards on field and such. While one of the other ones I've made up basically says no to the opponent. And when I mean no, I mean like you cannot affect my Stained Tails cards with effects for the turn. That's that quick play spell I was mentioning that I was just looking into. But yeah, it's you have to consider what end board you think the deck's gonna make as well. Not just, oh, it needs an ad card, oh, it needs this, it needs that. It's like you also have to consider what end board the archetype might make at the end of the day, because if it keeps going into nothing, then no one's gonna use an archetype. That's why I say this is a bit more of a thought experiment as well, because it's like trying to make something that would actually be used. But yeah, it's just one of those things. Honestly, the spider archetype is evil. Because there is an actual spider archetype that has loads of attack points. I've been against it a few times on Master Duel, but goodness, can I not catch these corners? Yeah, there is. I'm trying to remember what they're called. What's it? Give me a second. Let me see if I can find one of the cards, Spider. I went against it once against Metaphys, and I managed to win against that thing. Um, Jeez, this one may be harder to find because I don't think the XYZs used to actually have Spider in their name. Yeah, there are like Spider cards that they brought out in more recent times that get used. And then let me see if I can find one of them. One of them's a number card from what I remember. I don't remember what number it is. I hate searching up number cards. I type number and it brings everything up that has the word number in, not number card. But yeah, I do remember it. Oh, it's like XYZs and stuff. Might have an easier time searching it on Google, honestly, than in Neuron. Spider XYZ. Budget Spiders OTK. Oh, that's from, what was it, Master Duel, jeez. Oh, there they are. It's like, what have we got? There's a picture of them. Yeah, it's like one of them is number 77 that's used. Number 84 is used, and number 15 is used. Can't remember what they do. All I remember, but is that they have like they get really strong attack points, basically. One of them, I think, gains attack for something. I can't remember what, but either way, no worries. I hope you have a great rest of your day, by the way, and thank you again for the follow. I'm gonna see if I can finish this background. I don't know if I'll be able to because it is getting late and stuff. But yeah, I don't know where time goes when it comes to like the week, the year. Like, how is it already like close to my birthday again? Like, what happened to May? Like all the months before. Like, it's like streaming probably doesn't help, but at the same time, like it just feels like half the year, like most of my time is streaming, and then the rest of the time is trying to like search for jobs and stuff. And then next thing I know, the week's gone. I know I'm not the best when it comes to finding jobs, since I want to make sure I get like only apply for the jobs that I think I can do and such. But at the same time, like next thing I know, the week's gone and I'm still in the same position I was last week. I said I am on a list, so hopefully I'll be able to get a job in the area I want to get into soon, but nothing so far, except for that one that I actually missed the opportunity on, like an idiot. Mm. So, like, when it comes to the birthday subathon stuff, it's like the week after is probably going to have a few days off. So, like, this week's mainly planning and doing job searching and stuff, and then next week will be the subathon, and then the week after will be mainly taking time off from streaming because of recovering, and then job searching again. Fun stuff, as they say. Fun stuff. Anyway, hope everyone's enjoying this stream. I know it's a bit boring not having any music on, but I still haven't worked out the best place to get like royalty-free music yet. It's like if I had royalty-free music, I could still post it to YouTube type thing, but I haven't worked out the best thing yet because I need it to be royalty free for both you. Like, Twitch normally is fine when it comes to most music, but then YouTube is a bit more tetchy, and even royalty free music sometimes gets hit for no good reason. So I have to be careful. Dear me. Let's go up to 40, I think. Try and get rid of all the excess. We really need the excess. Like, technically speaking, this is past the border of the card anyway, but I want to have a little bit of overlap just in case. Mm. Man, I hate talking about job searching, man. Let's get back onto Yu-Gi-Oh. It's one of those things, man. Just getting unlucky about it. Probably not searching hard enough too, since I only really apply to jobs I think I can do. Ugh. Really, I just want to talk about Yu-Gi-Oh! To people in chat about other things. But yeah, let's talk about Subathon, I think, for a bit. I'm still planning the Subathon. Um, so far, as said, we managed to get some, what are they called? Create a drop badges made. I'm gonna add them in probably a day or two, I think, once I've created an event thing. So we got that. Um, I've been working on a new model outfit. It's looking okay at the moment. I'm kind of limited to what like what do you call it? To what uh, Brain is gone. V-Rod Studios has no way. Like I'd love to make a hat for my character, but I'd have to learn like 3D modeling for that one. Which you know, not learning anytime soon of how close it is. And then I'm trying to work out some goals at the moment. I'm probably going to reuse a few of the ones from last year that didn't get hit, but then I have to come up with loads of goals, which I haven't fully done yet. Whoa, too big. But yeah, coming up with goals is probably the hardest thing. It's like trying to come up with something you guys would like to see, but also it's worth, having it as a goal, for example. It's difficult. And I'm still working on it because of it. Hmm. Just hope this looks okay. I made like 4 different brick styles last time, but I've only done like 2 different brick designs for this one. Okay, so this layer, we're going to go back to the top in a second. Ah, Woo. Okay. So we did that one. We need to go all the way up to the top again. Ugh, dear me. That'll be deleted. Honestly, I can probably do this with this now, can't I? Something interesting, tech-wise. I saw a post about it the other day, which I'm kind of intrigued on it. It's one of those things where it's like, oh, it's a good thing, but it comes at a cost type stuff. But supposedly, goodness, this bit, Nintendo Switch 2s from like August are gonna have removable batteries in the EU. Which, from what I've seen from like reports, it's going to be a slightly weaker battery and it makes the console heavier and stuff like that. But my opinion is, yay, we can switch batteries out again. It was the one thing that I liked about old laptops and stuff is that you could actually remove the battery. Same with phones. You could just, battery stopped working, your phone crashed. Oh, just remove the battery from it. It was one of the things I did like about old stuff, but of course, as technology advanced and as companies became less and less wanting consumers to actually fix stuff, they started merging them in and making it really difficult to repair devices. But now, the EU, which is the same people who forced the universal, like, making sure that you use a, what was it, a Type C USB cable, being universal, getting companies to make removable batteries for devices again, and Nintendo is one of those companies that it seems to be affecting. Honestly, I might hold off getting a Switch 2 just so I can get one with removable battery, honestly. But of course, it's probably going to affect the prices of the devices. And like I said, I think it's a slightly worse a battery as well, and a heavier console from what I've read online. But yeah, either or, that's stuff for the future. I can't afford a Switch 2 at the moment. It's like I'd love to play Splatoon Raiders when it comes out, but unfortunately I can't. Keep on knocking it. Oh my goodness. Can we just do a slice there, and slice there, and not get out of the line? But yeah, I don't know what other people's opinions are on it. Like I said, for me, it's like another option for, fixing, like, the one thing about devices these days is the battery will go eventually. So I think it's a good thing, especially since devices used to be like that, removable when it comes to the batteries. So that's my opinion on it, but don't know if that's the same with like the rest, because as I said, it's going to increase the price of the device, I think, at the end of the day. I always hate it when I knock it. There you go. But yeah, from what I know, the Nintendo Switch is the only one that's been announced for. So goodness, can I not, like, how do I keep on doing that? Is it just, yeah, maybe the device is getting laggy, I don't know. Yeah, and I did it too much. Jeez. Right. Slowly getting there. I just want to do the outlines of all these and then I'll create end stream after that. We're slowly getting there. Yeah, originally I was just planning to do the outline on like 3 of them and then copy and paste them more accurately, but eh, oh well, as they say. Where are we? Right there. We're almost at the level we started at. Oh man. I should say got to previously. Ugh. I hate that. Slight caught an edge, and then next thing you know, I have to undo everything. I need a good break after this. Damn it! Swear. I know I'm trying to do this faster, so I'm making more mistakes, but still. Mm, Position again. Ow. Damn me. Ow, that hurt. Oh man. Haven't even been outside today. How have I got like allergies? It's probably dust or something, I guess. Two more-ish left. No, one and a bit lines left. So we'll do this. We can do this. And then we'll leave the rest for another stream. Dear me. Right. We'll be failing. Ugh. I hate it when I do that and it's when I've deleted so much, you know? Like I've erased that much and then of course I accidentally overgo. I'm gonna do the top down to about here and then we'll go back. Overall, I think today's been a productive stream. Definitely, oh my goodness. Until I do that. Oh dear. I think it's been productive. We've gone off topic a little bit every so often, but overall, I mean, like I said, there's no music and stuff. It's it well annoying to keep the topic going. Yeah. But yeah, I'll remove the what is it, the palette layer after hide it. So you can see what the what we've done so far looks like. I just hope it looks good. I really don't know, because when it comes to coloring, it's a bit more like harder to tell. Like outline, it was fine, excluding the person that I had to draw, because oh my goodness, I cannot draw people for the life of me. But yeah. Okay, that's the last part. Area this card on this edge. I'll just do. Oh, don't really need to, but we'll go back the other way, fixing stuff up as we go along. Oh my goodness. Mm. Du-du-du. Man, that's been a pain again. Maybe my pen's running out of batteries or something. I don't know. It's acting up a little bit. Almost done. One more layer after this. Yeah, once I end stream today, I'm probably gonna take a refresher break. Cup of tea, resets, and then go back to doing other stuff. Also, I'm probably gonna say this at the end of stream as well, but if you have any like suggestions of like some fun goal rewards, feel free to put them in the Discord. I'm having some great difficulties thinking of stuff this year. It's like the goals I've had like in previous years that got hit are like playing a certain game, which I still need to get around to on some of them, to game challenges and stuff like that. But I'm having some real difficulties this year of thinking of stuff. Like, honestly, I want to save up for like a Switch 2. So I'm like, that means I probably won't be able to do anything majorly big, like open a booster box this year if I do that. You know, I really don't know. But yeah, so if anyone has any ideas of goals, subathon goals type stuff, put them in the Discord or in chat, because any assistance will be greatly appreciated. I'm trying to think of stuff. I'll put a message in the Discord as well. I'm just having real difficulty this year thinking of stuff. Like every year it's difficult, but at the moment I'm still on blank page at the moment. Like I copied and pasted last year's in and then removed the ones that got hit. But I want to make sure that, there's stuff that I can do, not just stuff I can do, but the ones that I actually get round to doing fast, because I know with some of them it took me a while last time. Even now, I'm having to double check which ones I've got. Previous times I still haven't done properly. Wait. Yeah, I've only got a week to do all of it, so yeah, anything random thoughts. I'm hoping to get TTS working for the subathon as well. It's like TTS works with bits at the moment, but we don't actually have a TTS redeem. And it's really annoying because I saw a YouTube short about how to add TTS by using the Twitch like setup thing, and I can't find it anymore. So I found a very useful video, and then the video, like when I thought about implementing it, I could not find. And I've tried searching it, but it's so annoying. Just nothing comes up. I even looked through my history, nothing there. I'm wondering if the video got deleted or something. Something happened to it because I can't find it. It's like I watched it, acknowledged it, thought about doing it another time, went to look for it again, and it's gone. Ugh. One thing about YouTube, I guess. When the videos disappear. Okie dokie. So that's what we got so far. Still needs shading done, of course, for the bricks and what we've done so far, but I think it's doing okay at the moment. Let's get rid of the palette. No, unless I've got some stuff to delete. One sec. Nah, I have to do that ahead of time. I'll try and remember to switch it to a different layer, I guess. But yeah, either way, that's what we got so far. So we need to do in between the bricks, which is probably going to be a lighter grey with a slightly darker overtone. And curtains, the main mirror, and the Wicked Witch. Or not Wicked Witch, Wicked Queen, what am I saying? But yeah, overall, I've enjoyed it today. Much longer stream than I originally planned. As said, we went off topic quite a bit. Um, ugh, hate talking about job searching. It's painful enough doing job searching, let alone mentioning it on stream. My own fault, of course. Oh, man. Shouldn't have mentioned it, even in a loose chat. Either way. So far, so good when it comes to the artwork. We've still got quite a bit left to do. I was hoping we get through it a bit faster, but with so much detail we're having to put in, it's, yeah, better to take time and stuff. But, yeah, all we've got left to do is in between the walls, the queen, and the curtains. And we've got another box. Pop in. Anyway, before we end, let's go over a few things. So, as said, birthday subathon on the 13th till the 19th of July. We're currently holding a poll on the Discord server at the moment to work out what games we're streaming during the week. We've only got two definites at the moment. I'm not sure what I'm doing about Splatoon because I want to check the results of Splatoon as well, so we might be doing that as well as a definite. Um, but yeah, so if you haven't voted, please vote. It helps. Hopefully, we'll have a definitive winner and definitive first, second, third, and fourth and fifth, and all that because it's always a pain when I have to do deciders and stuff. Oh man, but yeah, so that's in the Discord. It's in the subathon suggestion box, and it will be linked when I do my end of stream post in Discord. So please check it out if you haven't. But yeah, I said still planning for it, but still. And of course, I want to thank Thothring for the raid earlier, and thank you to all who followed me today as well. Hopefully, next time we can finish this artwork off. I might put a thing in the Discord if you guys have any ideas for like card effects and stuff. I don't know. But yeah, either way, uh, it's the first stream of the week, ain't it? So we'll quickly go over the schedule. As said, not many streams this week because of planning for subathon and other things I'm going to do. Um, but yeah, so the only other streams this week, ironically, is Saturday and Sunday with Splatfest. Yeah, I'm kind of glad. At least it wasn't the week of the subathon because it's always a bit annoying when I'm trying to do different types of streams that you guys are wanting, and then Splatoon's like, yeah, no, you have to stream me 2 days. But yeah, so the only streams this week, excluding this one, are Splatfest Splatoon 3 streams on Saturday and Sunday. Um, what was it? 9 p.m. and 7 p.m. respectively. You can also check out the schedule below and on my socials. But yeah, I hope everyone enjoyed today's stream. Let's go find someone to raid. Let me bring the raid messages up first. Restarting that. So here's the one for followers. Here's the one for those who have a sub. Plus, feel free to check out my socials. As said, I've got Twitter, Blue Sky, Discord, and a YouTube channel. You can find my social, was it my schedule on the main socials, while you'll find previous VODs, YouTube shorts, shiny hunting clips on YouTube. I also have a throne page if you want to support me elsewhere as well. And yeah, let's see who's online today. I'll probably stay around in the chat for a little bit. Stream manager, raid channel. Well, let's go raid Poseidon. We haven't raided them in a while. Looks like they're on a be right back screen, but let's go send the support their way. They were in chat earlier, so let's go send the support their direction, even if they're on a back against screen. Yeah, thank you again, Suffering, for the raid. Let me give you an SO again. If I spell it correctly. Be sure to check out Suffering streams out every so often. They play quite a few different games, including Yu-Gi-Oh Master Duel. I've seen them play like Dragon Ball mobile games, and of course they're playing Pokemon Champions today. So be sure to check them out at some point. And I said, this week's mainly focusing on preparing for the subathon and all that. So that and other things. That's why I'm not able to stream as much this week, because even though streaming earns me a bit of money, there are other things we need to do, like job searching and stuff, which evens out, as well as the fact that I have to plan for next week too. So yeah, yay. Anyway, I hope everyone enjoyed this stream today. Short here. Oh man, this one's on the spin the wheel, but also I stream it once in a while anyway. So hopefully we can finish it next time. Anyway, we're raiding out. I hope everyone has a great rest of the day, and I hope to see you all in another stream. Bye all. For the while, my model there went a bit weird. Jeez.